All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happens when I try to move the screen closer into my image and then I unplug my stupid computer and it shut the whole system down. I apologize for that. Let's get back to this. I tried to change this picture to this picture, and the damn thing wouldn't let me. It would also not let me change it from monetization off. I tried 2 times to restart the channel with this picture up right here, and it wouldn't let me do it because I had monetization turned off. So I guess these bastards are not going to let me do anything without those freaking commercials. I think they're mad at me or something. So I just left the damn commercials there, and now we're going to get back to the display screen, and we'll screw that. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry that that got disconnected and pisses me off because then that makes my viewership drop. It makes my likes drop. It just hurts my channel that they do that to me. And I did it to myself, I guess. I'm plugging the stupid computer, moving it forward. I won't do it again. My dumb mistake. All right. Here we go. Back to what's going on here, folks. You can see here, uh, getting over to Sofi, you can see that this thing has definitely reached a new bottom, 871, and I just filled 100 shares there. And I'm not going to unplug this again. I want to say I'm sorry for each and every one of you that I did unplug my computer and that shut the whole system down. I actually unplugged the main power, which meant my everything went down. Not just my computer, my microcell, my wireless, everything was shut off. Stupid old me. So I have no one to blame but myself. Let's get back over to what's running now since we bought it at the low of the day. One of them's going to be this stock right here. I have a feeling very, very suspicious about the movements on this thing at 266 just now, down 10%, where we bought it. Nutty Pratter still buying BITF. Oh, yeah. I piled in on it this morning, folks. Bought many hundreds of shares, probably 1,000 shares when it was down to the low today of 262, 263. And I piled in because, folks, Bitcoin is going crazy to an all-time high. And the only reason it's down, BITF, is because people want in. People want in. BITF at 65, Bitcoin at 65, up 4%. Usually you'd see BITF up 10 or 12%. And by the way, Bitcoin was at 67,000 just a little bit ago, just moments ago, 67,000. So they're trying to pull it back. But folks, it doesn't matter. It's going higher. Just like SoFi. Yep, 267. Good deal, Rusty. Shanus 987, New NYCB, New York Community Bancorp, responsible for financial sell-off. All right. Good deal. Good thing to know. Won't affect SoFi. We don't have to worry about all the branches that a bank like that has to cover the cost of. That's part of their problem. They've got branches all over the country where they've got to try and keep their doors open and customers satisfied with people that are there in the brick and mortar buildings where they're building up expenses like costs of electricity, water, internet, all the things they have to do, everything, all those expenses that SoFi doesn't have. It's as simple as that, people. By the way, when I got cut off from my channel here today, when I unplugged everything by mistake, I want you to know that during that time, I had a great time with my wife is just out there playing in the living room with our Maisie, our little granddaughter. She's having a time of her life. She's out there laughing and giggling and having so much fun. So look at this SoFi stock, though, folks. We're going to refresh this page. We're going to refresh all these pages, and we're going to see what this thing is doing now. Volume yesterday was only 26 million, and we've already hit almost 20 million at 1 o'clock. So we're going to see more than yesterday's volume, and that's going to be not the manipulating down volume. This is going to be the institutional accumulation volume coming in now, people. This is going to be the institutions, just like we saw. Folks, did you pick up what I was telling everybody earlier? Institutions added 9 brand new institutions came in, not to mention the other ETFs and pension funds and so forth that accumulated even more shares. We saw an increase of institutional ownership shares go from 381,596 on Friday, from 381,596 to 388,887, an increase of 7 million shares gobbled up by these long institutions, these equity funds. It's a different ilk of people buying. I'm telling you, everybody. Shanus 987. Absolutely. Longer term, I agree. Short term, we get dragged down with them a bit. That's right. Long term, off she goes. Off she goes. She's going to continue to climb. All right, 269.99 now. I've already made 3% on my buys that I made this morning. 3% gain. CLSK, we're going to refresh all these pages right now. CLSK got worked down big time. I saw this morning someone was mentioning take a look at Hood. So I jumped over on Hood and I saw that Robinhood had gone up to 17.13 and I shouted out to him, sell it now, sell it. And he did sell it at 17.09 and then he bought it back at 16.50s. Nice. Ah, that's fantastic. Look at the low today, 16.54. And he said he had his buy at 16.55. And I told everybody that's because that price would be 1 cent below the yesterday's open. That would be 1 cent in the red. Nice buy there. Nice, nice, nice. Man, you guys are getting smart, man. You guys are starting to look at the history of a stock to tell where the low is going to be. Just like today's low at 876 now. Well, folks, where was yesterday's low? 877. What do you know? And on Thursday, it was 883 and 882, 1 penny below there. 883, 882. Was it a good place to buy it at 882? Well, hell yeah, because we sold it at 913 again today. Holy smokes. How many times are they going to make this available for us to take advantage of? I love this stock. Golly, I just love SoFi. 876 now and rising, and it's going to keep rising all afternoon. All that takeaway, all that it came down the day was just a short kissing a short, kissing another short and another short, all kissing each other, all French kissing each other. Now they're going to be doing it up someone's BTU. That's what I'm saying. They're going to be kissing each other up their asses because this thing is going to take off on them and they are not going to be able to get out of this hole they're in. They own these shares shorted from the 4s, the 5s, the 6s, the 7s, and now they've started doubling down on their shorted positions. For those of you that watched YouTube over the weekend, how many people put up about the interest, the short interest on SoFi? Everybody had these big headlines, 17.5% short interest, it's a blah, blah, blah. Everybody reiterating sound horn going off here, going off there, alarm alert, institution interest rate, highest ever. Oh, yeah, great, because that's just a bigger hole they dig for themselves. Just a bigger hole they dig for themselves. And you don't think they're keeping an eye on the fact that 9 institutions bought up shares on that low on Friday? Oh, they know. They know. And what did they do? They're stupid enough to do it again today. Drive it down even 3 cents below Friday's low. And what do you think will happen when they did that? More of these entities like these equity funds and these pension funds and these state treasury funds and insurance companies buy more SoFi every time they run it down to this number. And it's fewer and fewer shares on the SoFi tree, everybody. I'm here to tell you right now. Fewer and fewer shares on the SoFi tree. Grab this here, folks. Grab this BITF here, please. I already bought it here at 260, 262, 63, 64. Please pick up some here. Just at 5 shares, 10 shares. I had somebody say, I bought 100,000 shares. I'm like, oh my God, you're kidding me, right? 100,000 shares? Why would you have done that? Mike Fratty, number 4 like. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One thing that's kind of good about this is actually, if we can just get more and people coming back in and hitting the like button, I'll end up actually getting more likes than I would over the duration of the whole day going on. The thing that stinks, though, is the average duration of watching was up over 22 minutes, and now it's at 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So this hurts me in a little bit. But that's all right. It was my mistake. I unplugged everything. Look at that, 875, folks. The beginning of the run has begun, okay? Time now, 12:51. Lunchtime low, 871. Lunchtime low, 871. Writing it down, people. Lunchtime low. On 3-4. 871. Funny, I go back and I look at the lunchtime low on 221, folks, 10, 12 days ago. 814 was the low. 814. And you know how many people shorted it there? Idiots. Gosh dang it, man. And all those donations I had from people already today from It Ain't Easy coming in here. And I thank you very much for doing that. And John, I appreciate that very much. John, you guys coming in and helping support this channel and keep the commercials off. I tried like hell to edit this channel to take off monetization, but I'll have to look for the little thing that's warning me that a commercial's about to come on so I can skip it because they just wouldn't let me come back on. I kept trying to do it without monetization and I did it twice and they just spin, 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 not going to let me come on. So I finally said, screw it, let's just do monetization. And boom, came right up. 21 people on the channel right now, 7 likes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As we see SoFi rising, we're going to see BITF continue to rise. This manipulation is nothing more than accumulation. These are people accumulating these shares of BITF today. I promise you. They're buying in to accumulate just like they did with this stock here a few days ago, GCT. Okay? I showed you this, the 1 month chart. And on this day, I told every single person, buy more of this. There's no news out. This day right here, on this day when it dropped all the way down here from 41.94, folks, and you look at the 1 month chart, you can look at that drop right there from 35 all the way down to $24, a $12 drop, folks. And then I said buy more because I knew that was going to happen to it. Look at that thing. And they tried to stop it there at that level once again, and it got accumulated a little more, and then off she went. I told you about this one. Going over to new right now, we're refreshing all these pages since I got powered down. We're going to see where they are now. I want to thank you for being here with me as we look at all these that we're regenerating right now. GENI looking good, looking strong. Good buy this that we got in on this one again at the low. GENI, love it, folks. We're looking at TCNNF. This was brought up to us by Double K, and it was green earlier today. It was nice and green. Now they've got it even, but it was green. Looking at CRSP, one that was called out by Katie Wentworth sometime about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, back down to where she sold it the first time. She sold it in the 81s. I know that. And I think she bought it back at 79, and then it went all the way up, and she sold it again, I think. I don't know for sure. LAES falling. It was up this morning nicely. RKLB not moving up too much. Our hood back down and making a move now at 1674 to the upside. Good. That's a very good triple bottom. 1, 2 bottom, 3 bottom. That much higher. That's good for you. You're looking good on that one. You're solid. BKSY. BKSY today up 4.94%, was up much more, and they dragged it back a little bit, but that's a good gainer for us there, folks. That's a good gainer for us that came in on that one again. And we're looking at this one. This was a call by Hurricane Lopez on Friday. Now only up 55%. It was up 75% when I looked at it first this morning. So be careful with this one. JAGX. This was a call by Hurricane Lopez. I watched his show, and he was talking about it last night. Then we started talking about 10X. All right, we're out of here with that one. That was one of Jason Hall's picks. Look at Bitcoin now. Back up 6.77%. I just showed you that it was 4% or something. Oh my gosh, this thing is going to rocket on up, folks. Let's go look at it during the last hour. And BITF is going to follow suit, folks. I'm telling you, BITF is going to follow suit here. Look at this thing. It's maxing out on the blue indicator, gas indicator. Look at it maxing out. No wonder they yanked it back just now before this run continues. A nice little pop. Come on, man. What are you doing, screens? This is so frustrating sometimes. It gets so sluggishly slow out here in the boonies. This WOW, wow, internet. Jeez, look how slow this freaking thing is. Just da, 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 da. Jeez, Pete. Come on, man. Silly ass thing. up 7%. Usually BITF would be up 15 to 17% if it wasn't being manipulated right now. With this stock up, with Bitcoin up 7% almost. Jeez. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Go into the 1 hour chart here. Please show me the 1 hour bitcoindesk.com CoinDesk. Show me the 1 hour chart, please. Still got this one trying to figure out if it wants to reload or not. BITF, Bitcoin stock. Trying to get the 1 hour chart now to load up here on the Coinbase. It just doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to do it for us. 67,542 for the high. My gosh. 67,542, folks. And I was telling you about this when we were in the 40s that it was going to go much higher, and I told you exactly the reasons why. Ransomware is one of them, and ETFs from all the big banks being able to come in, still haven't opened all their doors yet. 871, we're equaling the lunchtime low right now here they started at 1:13, trust me, the 1:13 p.m. 870 I just filled at. Yes. Thank you, Shorty. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Let's get 860. I've already got these numbers in, folks. Just in case they went to 866. Early this morning, I said, after I sold at the 913, I said, let's see if they'll go to 866 today. So I put in a 100 share order at 867, and I've got a 200 share order at 866. And we're getting very close to that right now. There it is, folks. Just love to see them so predictably hit that number off of that 913. And folks, I've told you before, if you sell at that 13, you may even be able to get back at the 6.6. All right? It's been very well brought out to your attention. Sell this thing at 13, buy it back at 88, buy it back at 77, buy it back at 66. Anyway, I don't think they're going to get to those numbers, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick up some 20 share orders here. I sure am. 20, please. Make sure I'm on. Yep, I'm on Sofi. Look at that. We're almost there, folks. Review order and place it. I'm just putting in regular buy orders here at market price. I don't give a dang what I get them for. I'll be very happy no matter what I get them here. 20 shares just filled at 870. I've filled a lot of shares today on this. Oh, yeah. Let's go again. Here we go, folks. Review order and place it. 20 more shares. 869. These are just 20 share orders here. I'm not going in very, very heavy. I've got my big orders at 867 and 866. Let's go for 868 here. 868. Review order. Let's do 50 here. 50. Review order and place it. Come on, you suckers. You can get to my order here. Come on, 868. Show us the muscle. And if anybody thinks any one of these institutions that bought over the weekend are selling 3% down, I guarantee you they aren't. 868 waiting on you. Just waiting on you. I got 869, waiting on 868. I want to catch this low of the day. And I got a freaking 100 share order at 867, 200 at 866. If you manage it, guys and gals, you're shorting pieces of crap. And I'd sure like to get the low of the day here at 868 right now. 1,000 shares at a time. 20,563,000. We're going to go over. We're definitely going to go over Friday's volume, especially once all the accumulators start buying here. Come on, let's get that 868 right now and 867. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Looking at BITF right now. Very cool. At 266, trying to hold it and accumulate there. That's all they're doing, but building their positions. Oh, man. Am I going to miss getting the low today by one freaking penny? That'll piss me off. Come on, you stinking shorts. Do it. You got there once. You can do it one more time. 868, 50 shares waiting for you. I'm just waiting to gobble them up. Problem is, I got a lot of other institutions that are waiting there with me as well, I believe. Come on, man. Dump another 300, 400,000 shares. There it is. All right. And I got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Now give me that 100 at 867 now. Come on. And guys and gals, you're going to have to give me a minute here. I'm going to have to take a pause for the cause. I am coffeeed up and I'm ready to take a break for just a moment. I want to thank you for being here with me, everybody, while we buy at the low again on Sofi. And we already bought BITF at the low today. That's going to be it. Bottomed out. We got that at the low already. And we got Sofi, it looks like, at the low. What's your guess on BITF after earnings? I have no idea. The thing could be at $7. I have no way of knowing what it's going to do. I know the earnings are going to be, hey, look at that. I got 100 at 867 right there. I see my screen over here light up. 100 at 867. Thank you, Shorty Shorts on SoFi. 8.67. You guys know how many shares I bought last week in the 860s? I just sat there and piled in, and they drove it down to 861 and back to 869 and down to 861 and 869 and 861 and 869. I must have filled freaking 500,000, 1,500 orders there. And the next day it was in the 870s. I did the same thing, 871 to 877, back and forth, and then sold all those at 913. And I've done it now 4 times. Even today, sold it again at 913. Absolutely fabulous. You guys are going to learn here after a while. You're going to be at this channel long enough that you're going to start taking advantage of them like I do. You're going to take advantage of the weak hand holders of shares just like I do every day. And it's not for us to be frustrated by. It's for us to smile and be happy about that we know this game and how they're playing it. And right now, they're in a 40-cent range every day. You can turn that into at least a 40-cent gain every single day, folks, and sometimes even better, because now not only did we make the gain of 40 cents when it dropped, we bought it at the low, and now we're going to make another 20 or 30-cent gain as it goes back up, or maybe even more between now and the earnings call. Well, it will be more, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong, but I could be totally right. 39 people here on the channel with me right now. What's your guess on BITF after earnings? Again, I have no idea. With Bitcoin going where it's going right now, and with the addition of all these new units that they just got, these new miners that they're just getting hooked up, and starting with in Paraguay, folks, there's just no telling how high it can go. The news is good, man. They've been adding more and more and more miners, so the news is very good. With SoFi, there's 867 again, and folks, if I get an 866, I'll be elated right here for 200 shares at 866 if these pieces of crap can manage it. 20,873,000 is the volume right now. On Friday, all day long was 26,200,000. So we're seeing a similar day and only down 3%. I call this beautiful, folks. I love it because I can show you the 1 month chart and go look at every single shorted position all through the whole month last month. I've lost money and are still losing here. I promise you. They're still losing big time money here after all these shorted positions at 753 and shorting it at 787, shorted it right there at 779, shorted it right there. For sure they shorted it at 843. For sure they shorted it when it ran back up right there at 818. And every one of these positions now losing money, shorting here, shorting there, shorting there, shorting there, trying to drive it down and shorting it there. And folks, it's all come to their demise. They've lost all 3 weeks of last week's shorting, borrowed shares, increasing the short to 17+% now, and all of them losing money. Their backs are against the wall, people. The pressure's coming on. The institutions buying in like mad, like never before. On the 13th of the month, seeing 47 institutions, and the next day on the 14th of the month, price at 810, 111 institutions. Never before, never heard of before that many institutions buying into this stock. Now, like I said, I'm going to take a brief break. I will be right back. Got 40 people here. Just give me a minute. I got to take breaks every once in a while, and this is one of them. And you'll get to see who I'm thanking for giving donations today, right now. My heart goes out to each one of them that donated and to each one of you hitting the like button. I appreciate it. Now, just give me a minute. I'll be right back. In literally 5 minutes, I'll be back because I have to take breaks once in a while. All right. Just hang loose. And if anybody wonders where I am, you can tell them. Okay, everybody, it's me, King Cat, here to keep you entertained on the bottom. You can watch me looking for good Sofi worms to swallow up while Catfish Tyler does his thing. Just hang out. We'll be here for a while, everybody. Okay, everybody, it's time for me to get out of here. Turn things back over to King Cat Tyler. All right. Well, thank you for waiting for me to get back. 2694 beauty. UUN Sprott is a solid buy here, not a day trade, but swing in my opinion. Okay, let's get down over here. Get my headphones back on. Thank you all for being here with me and sharing in the moment, sharing in the day. Get back over here. Oh, look at them trying so hard to get that 866. Did they get it yet? Have they managed that yet? 867. I got 100 there. There's the 866. Yes. Catfish steps away and buys at the low of the day. Folks, you gotta get to loving this every day. You just have to. You have to. The manipulation to the numbers that I call are just so fabulous. They just are so cool. I mean, every day, folks, you have to cha-ching and ring the bell. You got to come in with me on these at this low, and you got to sell at the highs. You got to put these numbers in, folks. You can't miss it. Okay? Don't miss this opportunity on one of the biggest swing trading stocks on the market daily today that you can get your hands on. Don't miss these numbers. All right? Don't. You can't right now. You cannot go wrong. Raise these numbers that I'm going to show you by a penny right now. Raise these numbers. If I'm telling you here to sell it at that number, all those numbers, sell. Folks, if I'm telling you to sell it at 808 and buy back at 801 and 798, sell it at 812 like this morning, buy it back, and look where we're getting it here. 766, folks. That's why that number's there and there's a circle around it. These smaller ones, 820, 824, 830, those are small share sells. These are big ones where the circles are. And then you buy back at these lower numbers every time. Sell it at 848, buy it back at 839, sell it at 865 a bunch. Buy it back down here at these numbers, 841 to 843. Sell it at 887 and buy it back at 878, 866, maybe even 849 from there. Folks, you got to start doing this every day with me. Give me a second. Get back in here. All right, so folks, I've been trying to share with you all the reasons that DB, hello. So looks like it's moving back up a little bit. Okay, BBAI might be a good stock on a pullback. It looks strong. Okay, DB, thank you. Okay, let's check out this UUN Sprott is a solid buy here, not a day trade. Hey, it ain't easy. What in the world is U.UN Sprott? Symbol, stock symbol, please. I got to keep it down right now. Maisie is napping. DB, hello. SOUN, oh yeah. BBAI might be a good stock on a pullback. Okay, BBAI. Let's make sure we got everything right here. Now we're looking good. Looking good in the neighborhood, everybody. BITF has to be back up, and there it goes now. Oh, they're just accumulating shares, everyone. CLSK, another very good buy opportunity here. Still, I told you I wanted to hold off. I wanted to make sure they weren't going to just drive this right into oblivion. And I'm going to be careful with that. I don't want to take away from all the gains I've made on that stock. Thanks to our buddy, Danny Dimes. All right, yep, I see SOUN making a nice move. Now look right here, this number, 573. Breaks over that, I'm in. I'm in right here. Thank you for telling me. SOUN. Time to buy in. Add to position. Right here. Pick up 50 shares. Mark it, review order, and place it. SOUN. After I pass my password again. Hold on here. Bam. Come on, let me get it here. To be easy, 576. SOUN 576. I'm still sitting on 650 shares. I bought it. Bought it at 601. What was it? Let me see here. Yeah, 598, 601, and 603. So I'm higher. So I'm dollar cost averaging down here for sure. That's fine. I'm going to buy it again here right now. I think this is still, they're manipulated by fives maybe. 73 limit order, view order, place. 573 limit order. 572. SOUN. That's good. Oh, I'll take it there. Place it. Market share order, 50 shares here. I'd love to get this 566. Good. That's my favorite number to buy. 566. 50. Now we've already seen the low to what here? 545. Love to see the next low right in this range. But the reason, see, this is the number I saw. I wanted to buy it when it broke above that, and sure enough, it barely did. And then they yanked it back down. So they're trying to double dagger right there. They try to just slow down the steamroller going back up. Look at the volume on this, 72 million shares. Look at, here's what Yahoo's out to tell you. Yahoo Finance themselves. Remember, the AI stock bubble will overinflate and deflate from time to time. Oh my God, people. Jeez, oh Pete, what they come up with. Let's buy it again here. Place it. I got a 273 limit order on it. 268. I mean, how can you go wrong? BITF. We're watching these close. I mean, I said 268. Of course, that's not 268. It's a 568. Phil, my mistake. And I'm going to try here to state that I think 566 is going to be the bottom here now, the new low on SOUN. I think, I mean, on, yeah, SOUN. So I got 100 now at 566. That's good. I'm going to hold it here and buy a little more. Review order and place it. Just going to fill this out here. See if we can get 566 as many times as possible. And there it is. One more time. Well, I know how bad they like to hold that number until they let it go, and then up it goes. Chances are. And not to mention, folks, keep in mind the last time I was selling this stock, it has here sold the shares, the ones that I sold on SOUN, sold at 728, sold at 733, sold at 7. Yeah, that was it. And then I bought back, started buying back. Oh my gosh, we sold this stock at the right time, and we're buying it back here at the right place, I believe, as well. 566 and lower. All right, let's take a look back at our stock SOFI 866. Same thing. See the game? Game is on. It's on full game today. Everybody trying for the six sixes. Sound at S563, 64, 10X. Is it at a 662? Let's see. No, but it's another famous number, the 48, where I tell you to sell if it's going up or buy if it's coming down. So this would be a buy point for me. See, dropping now. This is where I'd be coming in. Let's just live by my rule here a little bit. Got a little bit of leftover money from selling SoFi again up in the 913, folks. 912, you know my number. I put a sell order in at 912 and I put a sell order in at 913. And they're big sells at 913 because that's my favorite number to sell when it's going up and my favorite number to buy when it's dropping. One of them, in Clark. Let me look at BBAI and then we'll get to you. In Clark. Kat, if you recall, about a week ago, I sold a chunk at 844, hoping to buy back more on a drop. Do you see a bottom of a channel under 844 this week? I don't want to buy back higher, and it's closed. Yeah, well, but look. I mean, look at where we are right now. I do not see them driving this below 866. So even though you would be selling, you'd be selling at a lower number, you'd still be catching this at the lowest it may go for some time. Now, that being said, they trade in 6 day cycles. Okay. So here's what I'm looking at. This is what I wanted you to look at before you bought and decided to sell the last time. These 6 day cycles. So we're at 808, we're at 778. Off of that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 917. See, that's very unusual. Usually you only see 6 days up before they come at it. But that gives you an idea of the type of momentum that's behind this stock right now, especially since all those institutions bought on February the 13th and February the 14th. You know, 111 institutions came in when the price of SoFi was a low of 810. 111 institutions. And on this day, 47 institutions. That's why when they drove it down from 784 to the low of 778, 6 cents, that's why it ended up closing at 802. Okay? Look at all the institutions that bought 47 that day. That gives us so much support. But at that number right there for the low 778. So why not just go ahead and load in a buy order in at 779 right now? Good till canceled. And beyond that, put one in at this low that you see here that they often establish 810. Put a buy order in at 779, put one in at 810, put one in at 814. See, that's the low of the day. You're still coming in below where you sold, right? Yeah, at 844. So look for these numbers right here that you see in history, the lows previously. 766, 778. I'm going to guarantee you, if a major news comes out big to the upside, your orders will fill there. Okay? If major news comes out, it'll get to the people that hear the news first before it shows up on Yahoo, but the price will be reflected immediately. You'll see it. You'll see a major quick spike, and then you'll see a hold. They'll pause it. They'll halt trading on it to give the shorts time to take coverage, and they'll load in their sell orders massively, and you'll see it drop usually about $1 from the halt price within seconds after the halt is ended. Sometimes it can drop even more than that if they've had a chance to load in even more. If they're heavy shorted and they got to get rid of all the shorted positions, they'll put in sell orders because they buy. See, they've been buying as well long. The hedge funds go both ways. They buy long positions and short positions for this very occasion. So they're going to use their long positions just like they did this last week when we saw institutional ownership go from 800 down to 790 because they got rid of those long positions. Right? They sold the long positions at the highs to drive it down, sold, and they kept selling. And then they started selling their shorted shares. They borrowed, which we know they're massively adding to this short share numbers, okay? And they're not returning them. That's the biggest deal. They're not returning the shorted shares. So the short mountain just keeps getting higher and higher at this stage, all right? Call it the short mountain. So let me say to you now that when the biggest news breaks that I'm sitting here and have been waiting for a long time, but my patience is not wearing thin. Okay? I am with each passing day looking at the 6 month chart and my resolve becomes even more solid. I become more convinced every single passing day that this thing is going to make the move I'm talking about. And others know it too. I think the word is there's some rumors that have been floated about Apple. There's about Cohen buying in secretively at market share prices, like he came in on GMC because he was just allocated something like $1.5 billion to do whatever he wants with. His company just said, well, he's made great decisions before. Let's just give him another 1.5 million to play around with again and decide what he wants to do with it. And that would probably benefit the company. And I think one of the things Uncle Bruce, for one, has said is that there's a very good likelihood that there's something brewing there, possibly, or a buyout, which was mentioned by, believe it of all, believe it or not, folks, David Chiaverini. This is the irony of all ironies. The guy who caused SoFi's lowest share price right there in a year at 445. David Chiavarini. And I've shown you guys this guy so many times before, but each time I show this, someone else hasn't seen it yet and doesn't know about it. So I'll tell you who is responsible for the lowest price of the share of SoFi over the last year. Uh, Tip rings. Let's get in on this guy and investigate his ratings as a financial advisor and analyst. David Chiavarini, ladies and gentlemen, there he is. Wall Street analyst rating. Out of 8,763, David Chiavarini has a rating of 8,283. He is the tip of a star analyst. You know, it makes me remember something I put together that I might as well show to you folks right now that are maybe new to the channel. And for just a refresher for people that want to be refreshed. Because when we see the price down on SoFi, we like to understand what it is we should be happy about. There's no better thing to do than to remind yourself of why you own this stock. And this is by Stock Goat on YouTube. I do recommend him as long as he's putting up good, positive headlines, no matter what he does. If he's using the bad, scary headlines for clickbait, so be it. If he gets more people over to his channel to tell him the good parts about SoFi, so be it. I'm not going to condemn him anymore. Anybody else, I don't want to do that. Because he came back around, he's doing good headlines and good. He's always got good information. It's always a plus for SoFi. He's a a true long on SoFi, and he does not day trade it like I do. Okay, but I want you to know this is what you need to look at. All these nincompoops that are calling SoFi a $7 and $6 and $6.50, their ratings are horrible. This is the highest rating of any of them with a $7 price target, 2 stars. This one, no stars, no stars, no stars. You don't see any stars. But the reason I'm showing you this is because down here, you got these guys with price targets of $14 and $15, and they are rated very high. Look at this, number 210 out of 36,000 people. Andrew Jeffrey, he's calling for a $14 share price. Do you want to trust and throw your money onto this wagon of these horses or these types of horses who have a return rate and 5-star ratings? Okay. I'd trust these guys if I were you. But of all ironies, there was a report on the main page here of, and by the way, look at this guy's success rate here, folks. It's absolutely hideous. His average rate of return is a loss of 42%. How long can you keep that up before you're broke? How long can you keep that up before you're broke? I mean, he's 134 out of 316 times his ratings made a profit. People, how can you do that and stay? These guys are paid opposition, LOL. Yep. Well, and Clark, I think you're going to see those numbers, but I'll tell you when they're going to happen. It's going to be when SoFi makes a big announcement, and people don't understand this. As the war continues to profit us, okay. And what I mean by that is, the longer we go here, the 200-day moving average isn't going to stop the trajectory it's on right now. It's been too long on the trajectory it's on now, and it's not going to change. It's not going to change. You see how much they were able to move the 200-day moving average once it was being attacked down. Look how drastically. Look at this pitch of the 200. This is the manipulation pitch, folks. This right here is a manipulation pitch, and this whole time the price was dropping from up here in the 15s and 16s all the way down here. The most interesting thing you should notice is the time period, okay? And that was all from October of 2021 through 2022. And what you really need to pay attention to, folks, is this right here. During that time period, what was happening? I'll tell you what was happening. Institutions were buying in like mad. Okay. And here's the proof right here. Look at all during 2021, the low numbers of institutions with shares, and look how high it jumped to, and then higher it jumped to as the price fell. These are institutions buying massive numbers of shares and many, many ETFs joining with them. But then they got it up to the maximum here when the price hit 25, and they had, well, god dang, they had a whole crap load of shares, didn't they, to sell and make the price fall all the way almost to bankruptcy, $4.55, David Chiaverini day. And this is what I'm trying to accentuate to you. They made it fall so sharply because they had all the shares to sell off to make it happen. Does that make sense? No wonder the dang thing dropped so fast over here like this. Because they'd already accumulated these shares here to then sell to one another down as they shorted all these positions. And it fell so drastically. Look at that major 200-day. This is what manipulation looks like, people, of a stock. When you see a 200-day with a downward pitch like this, is a freaking 912 pitch right there. Sorry to use some if you happen to be a carpenter, you'll know what that is. But for every 12 inches that it moves laterally, it drops, descends 9 inches. That's a 912 pitch. And so this is what you got going on here. Folks, have you seen anything like that on the way up, a 912 pitch on the 200-day? No. The most you've seen here is a maybe 612 pitch on that line right there on the 200. But here's what I want you to see, folks. The pitch is changing. The 200-day pitch is changing, and this is when Kathy Wood and Vanguard and others say, what's going on there? How for so long, even with the price being manipulated down to here and way up to here and way down to here and way up to here and way down to here and way up to here, for that duration and time period, look at the angle of the pitch of the ascent. It stayed right on my trend line. But here, folks, coincidentally, on the 13th and 14th, when all those institutions came in, a total of 150 institutions on 2 days on that manipulated price down to the 778 that day. Folks, I'm here to tell you that was it, all in. They gave it all they could. And now, folks, she continues to ascend, and I'm pointing out the very sharp angles of the 10-day moving average that you don't see this until something's getting ready to uncork, folks. This is the most critical thing about this chart. I can reiterate the curviness of a long-term chart average line. This is the 10-day. It's doing what it should there. But boom, it changed right there. And then boom, it changed there. And then boom, it changed there. And then it started going like a pinball, like a boom, 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 boom. And there's no more boom down here. Do you notice that? Here you go. Boom down, boom up, boom down, boom up, boom down, boom up. Where's the boom down right there? Hello, hello. There is not one. This is the spine breaking. This is the 10-day accelerating past the 45 and 50-day. The 200-day pitch line has now changed since January the 3rd, staying the same until the 7th of February or the 8th of February, and then suddenly that pitch line changed, folks. That's because of my belief, all those institutions that came in on the 13th and the 14th. And it's called stabilization, everybody. 867 a share. This is laughable, folks. This is horrible for the shorts. This price right here is absolutely horrendous for them. Look at that. That's nothing for them. This number is nothing. I'm telling you, in Clark, look right here. right there. That's where you're going to see. If they run it down, it's going to there, 850. Now, I know you'd be 9 cents off where you got, but folks, this is it. This is going to be the bottom right here. If it was that long, that sideways from February the 26th through that whole afternoon, they kept it there. They're going to take it down there and they're going to try and hold it. It'll be the bottom there right now. 8. That's the number right there at that. And you can even see it. Look at where it capped out right there. Look at that. 852 right here. 852. 852. You saw that? All during the 13th and 14th right there. 14th. This is the number where all the institutions were buying in from 810 to 850, 843. That was the numbers that they were buying in on February the 14th. 810 to 843. And then she piles up to here. And that, folks, as I said to you before, when you get spikes, like that right there, that's not going to ever really hold much. I mean, it isn't. It's susceptible to falling. But when you have stair steps and you have building and you have building and you had a double bottom right there, and then you have this, and then you try to see them come at it with all they got on a Monday, probably borrowing 18 million more shares today, and they cannot get the price to fall below the month's accumulation. The whole month's accumulation was all through here. How are they going to make it fall any further than this? How are they going to scare anybody out? And when they do, they commit Harry Carry because institutions just pile in new, trying to average down here from the 11s and 12s because they also are watching the headlines that are coming out each day with this stock and all of their ability to stay in the spotlight and keep themselves in the image. Look at the Russell today. This is the small cap index. This is the Russell. We're in it, and it's the only one green, and it's up 0.33 today. This has been a trend, folks. The Russell is not dropping. Look at everything else. Red, 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 and the Russell up. This is the index SoFi's in. I'll go to the Russell 1000 right now because we're really in the Russell 1000 just to see where it is right now. Green. Very nice. That's us, folks. We're in the Russell. The top of the Russell. We're the cream of the crop. The Russell 1000 index is a stock market index that tracks the highest ranking 1000 stocks in the Russell 3000 index. And that, by the way, those stocks represent 93% of the total market cap of that index. So we're up there with the heavyweights in the Russell, and we're going to move over to the S&P. Within a year and a half, we'll be in the S&P. That's most likely going to happen. Wait till you see what happens to this stock price when we jump over into the S&P where most of the money is, folks. In case you didn't know this, the S&P market has 40 trillion plus dollar value, and the index that we're seeing, the NASDAQ here, is 20 trillion, a little over 20 trillion. So this is where all the money is, the rich, rich people that know how to make even more, the Berkshire Hathaway folks. All right. This is where they are. They're in the S&P, and once our stock moves over into the S&P, folks, these people that are in the S&P are obligated to buy into a position of the stock. That's how it works. Do you know that? Does anybody know that? You do I buy SOFI art right now or wait for it to go lower? Well, here's what I would suggest you do. Take 1/3 of what you're willing to put into SoFi and go in with it right now, where it is right here. And you can't go wrong because every time I've ever bought it at 888, I've always sold it over $10. Let me show you what I mean. Now, there's a lot of people on this channel with me now that have seen this many times, but I'm going to show it to you. On May the 1st, stock price of SoFi was 654 last year. May the 4th, it was 459 where I bought it for the low that day. 9 days later, the price had gone all the way up here from this 654 to 445. David Chiaverini 250 target price day. When he came out with that $2.50 target price, it dropped to 445. But look at this, 29 days later, it was at 1023. Cha-ching, sold it. I sold it at 1013 and I sold it at 1020. And I told everybody else to follow my steps because those numbers are on my thing, on my page. So then, look at this. From 1023, it was 9 days later, and 771 was the price on June the 23rd. Okay. Well, after that, on July the 19th, it was 9 days. Look at that, 1013. Sold it again at that number, just like I sold 913 this morning. 9 days later, July 27th, 894. And 3 days after that, price 1170 on July the 31st. After 1170, it was 19 days later at 789, August the 18th. And from 789 on August the 18th, 27 days later, sold it at 918. See how this number is an obstacle, 918? And folks, after they hit that number for 66 days, they drove the price down from 918 to 641, the lowest it had been in 6 months. But after 641, 29 days later, sell it 1016. And I sold it at 1013, 1014, 1015. You guys all watched me that day. Then on December 20th, went from 923 to 923 7 days later. And from 923, from selling it at 1016, went to 923 when we bought it again, 7 days later, and the price was over here at 1049. So what I'm getting at here by showing you this is you see how it 2 times it went from the 918 or 923 to 1049, and it can happen again easily. If it's done it twice already, it could do it again. Especially with all what we're seeing coming in the headlines now with the news every day breaking out about this great company. And that's another thing I love about it. Their daily news almost every day, something new on the wire, some new development, some new company, some new partnership, some new product, I mean, it just doesn't stop. I mean, SoFi just is just killing them with this news every single day. And they're in the Russell, remember, which is green today. Danny Dime says, I did not know that. Young Hoong, hello. Welcome to the tank. I don't believe I've seen you here before. Thank you for coming. Everybody say hello to. And we've got Allison back, Centorino. Yes. Um, yes, it's something that happens. I know this because I owned another stock and it moved over into the Russell index. And at the time, I found out that they all buy up that stock. Everyone who's in the Russell buys it. I guess it's something that's just part of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Initiation, maybe, or whatever you call it, at college fraternity houses where you're, brought in. And I'm sorry, I have a lack for the word. I know what it is, but like a rush week, and when they do that and they become part of the team, they get into the rest. They get into the S&P. They're welcome aboard. Come on aboard and see if when you make a move over to the S&P, they all come in on you. So then you just return that gesture when someone else comes in as part of your. And that's my understanding. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Now, somebody told me about a stock earlier up here. I need to go take a look at. Oh shoot. I got disconnected after you told me about that stock. Go look at it. And I wanted to go look at it. Tell me again who it was. Let's look at this one that Hurricane was talking about today. Oh, it's still being manipulated at 13. They'll hold it there all day. Black Sky looks good. Yeah. BKSY up 6.3. We're cashing in. Look at that. Still holding nicely off of your buy in there earlier. Rocket Lab being held flat and accumulated, in my opinion. SCLS all over the place. CRISPR, man, you should feel good there, Katie. TCNNF now slightly red. We're watching all these, folks. We got them on our radar. Genie looks good. NU, I like it still even here. GCT, just how are they going to stifle this thing, man? Every day higher. I hope you guys got in on that with me. I hope you got in on GCT with me when I told you to a month ago. It was way down. It was in the low 20s. It was more than a month ago. I've been talking about this one for a month and a half at least. It was all the way down in here in December. Man, wow. Back to SoFi, 866. Just totally. Here's the thing. This is also, to me, it seems kind of idiotic of them. I don't think they think anybody really thinks anyone's selling here when they can hold it here at this number. I don't think they believe anyone's selling it. I sure don't believe anyone's selling it other than them to each other to sustain a price. They're all just sitting here. They're waiting on the sidelines. The volume is going to go far beyond Friday's volume because they're waiting right now to come in. You'll see them. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Galileo news here. This is big time, good breaking news, and just one of many, many Galileo deals that are on the table right now being written up. Trust me, that's what he's told us. Anthony Noto has told us there are many, many, many Galileo customers sitting at the table negotiating right now. He's let us know that in advance, and whether they'll tell us who they are and when they're happening, we don't know, but we'll see the revenues from each deal they sign. Trust me, folks, we'll see the money go to the bottom line. Ah, that's it. It was DBAI. DB told me about it. BBAI. Let's get over here. BBAI. Sorry. All right, here it is, folks. This one is brought to you by, or a suggestion by one of our faithful members who's contributed many times via money, and that is DB. DBAI wants to talk about. Whoa. Here we go. Here we go. Just walking down the street. Oh, we're hoping for a pullback here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, I don't know what to tell you. When I see this, I venture into why 3 days ago, and there's a delayed reaction. Could we see that on SoFi, please? Could we see a Wednesday pop to $20? We could. We absolutely could. Absolutely could. At any time, any moment, any time. That's why you better have your sell orders in place at those numbers. I'm telling you, anytime it could pop. When the news comes out, look at the Russell index up today, moving money over from the Nasdaq and the Dow and the S&P to us and the good old Russell index over here where SoFi nestles in. That should be another thing to get your attention. We got volume coming into this index right now. They got themselves fighting an uphill battle, folks. They got a stream that's flowing into a bay and into that bay into an ocean of fish that want to buy SoFi at this price. And Catfish is one of them. Well, let's look a little closer at this one that DB threw out there. Hey, DB, are you still here? Yeah, no problem. We need to wait for pullback. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, this company does not pay a dividend. This company has missed the target, missed the target, missed the target, and beat the target. Uh, this company is having a hard time getting money. It looks to me like other than doing share offerings. So I would not be. I mean, that's not good. That's not good there. Your earnings being that much off. Now, some might say, well, they're just barely making enough revenue to cover their earning. They're in the green slightly, and they're moving up here. Revenue 145, earnings 123. So they're just barely making money, and so that might be a strategy to keep having to pay any taxes. Because when your revenue is green and your earnings are green and you don't have any write-offs, and then you have to pay more in taxes, right? I think that's how it works. So it's not too alarming there, but then you got six analysts, three with a strong buy and three with a hold. Luis Salaya, I believe that's it. Salaya, Luis Salaya, SoFi stock is a stock that will piss you off. No, 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 no. SoFi will make you very wealthy, my friend, if you know what you're doing. You get in on this low right here and you sell this at 913 and you will buy it lower and you'll hold those shares for a couple of days and you'll sell them higher and then you'll buy it lower and you'll hold those shares a couple of days and you'll sell it higher. And you can keep doing it over and over because this is the 200-day green moving average line. And that 200-day green moving average line proves to me, especially since from January the 5th until February the 7th, it stayed right on that plane, but it's breaking off of it now, folks. And that green is going up, and that 10-day moving average line that was like this has changed angle and is moving up sharper, and everything is moving upwards on this line that I have drawn out right here. And folks, this puts us all the way up here at 1074 by a month from now, month and a half. Can you wait till my birthday, April 4th, to be at 1074? Be patient, folks, and do it every day. Buy this on the low, sell it on the high, 1/3 of your account value. Do it every day. And you'll make money. You'll make a lot of money. One of the most profitable investments you can do right now is to buy a big swinging stock with 1/3 of your position every day. Now, remember, you cannot do this if well, you can do it every day, whether you're below 25,000 or not on your account. You're still going to get flagged by your brokerage house as a day trader. Okay. And they're going to charge you more in taxes for making all this money you're going to make, period. You'll pay twice as much in taxes as you would if you hold on to them for a year. En buenas tardes, Luis. Yo estoy muy contento que ustedes estén aquí conmigo hoy, esta tarde. Espero que tengan un buen tiempo aquí conmigo, que pueda hablar español como ustedes también. Y por todos la comunidad que va a hablar español, yo digo muchas gracias por ustedes estar aquí conmigo. And si c'est possible que vous parlez français aussi, je dis merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. J'espère que vous avez un bon temps ici avec moi. That's a little French for those that speak French here on the channel, and I know there are some. Et si c'est possible, il y a quelqu'un ici qui sort d'Haïti me dit bonjour. And that's a little Creole for you. Mr. Catfish, to become a day trader, you just have to do more than 3 daily trades in 5 days, and that qualifies you? Or do you need to talk to your broker and get it enabled? No, you just make the trades and it'll qualify you. They'll get a detection that you're day trading it. And I want to reiterate something. I'm not a financial advisor. So if you want to call your brokerage house and just clarify what I'm saying, I think you'd be wise to do that. I'm not the one to make any definitive quotes and held by my words. I am just here to give advice. You can take it or leave it with a grain of salt as water off a duck's back. You can do whatever you want with the information that I provide with you, everybody. But I want you all to know how much I appreciate you hitting that like button for me. That's right, Aries rule. But you need to understand that on each day when you are selling at the high with a third of your account value and the number of shares you have, when you get it later that day at the low, those shares that you bought, you're not allowed to sell those shares because the money you when you bought those shares after you sold here, that money you're buying those shares with, and let's say you sold 10 here at this price, well, you can buy 11 here, but those 11 shares you cannot sell for 2 days. All right. You wait until 2 days later and the price is higher, or you might have to wait 3 days later, or 4 days, but it'll be higher. So yeah, I'm with you. I see how you got disconnected. So just make sure that when you sell like today, when we sold at 913, then you want to make sure that with that money, if you sold 10 shares at 913, you'll be able to buy back at 888 11 shares or 12. And once you buy those shares though, you're using the money from the sale that haven't cleared yet. When you made that sell at the high, that money hasn't cleared the bank yet. So you cannot get down here again, and when it goes back up there that day, sell it again because you didn't pay for these shares with money you owned yet in your bank. So hold these shares when you buy them at the low, and then wait 2 days, and then sell those at the high that day, that morning. You can make money doing this every single day on this stock. It's a certain almost guarantee at this point in the game because they're playing the game perfectly for us to be able to interpret it. Every day it's the same thing, folks. You got to catch on. They run it up in the mornings, they run it down in the midday, and then it humps up the afternoon again. I mean, they're doing it every damn day. They're swing trading the crap out of this thing right now, and we need to do it too. Yes, as far as I understand, as long as you just make the moves that I'm telling you about, they're going to notify you that they've notified the government. Now, that being said, again, trust a financial advisor, not me for my on my word. I'm giving you what I understand, and but I could be wrong. Okay. And in this case, it's pure and simple. I could be wrong. So I'm not going to say, but I don't think so, because in this case, I could be wrong. But if, let's say, you trade like this for 3 days, on the fourth day, if they don't let you know something and send you a notification, then give them a call. But I think what you'll find is if you trade like this that I'm telling you for a 3 or 4 day cycle, even a week's time, they'll pick up on what you're doing and they'll notify that you are, in fact, day trading so that you'll be charged almost up to 30% or more tax rate versus the 15% if you hold for a year. You hold a stock a year, sell it, pay 15% roughly. Hold a stock a day, sell it, or 2 days, sell it, pay 30%. I don't know why that is. It's discriminated against smart people, if you ask me. But once again, reiteration, not a financial advisor here, Catfish Tyler. Tyler himself is not a catfish. I am a musician, though. And if you want to listen to my music while you listen to me do it, go on over to YouTube and hit my playlist. Or it's right down below the screen here. It says, hey, I'm also a musician. Go to Spotify, look me up, and play my music on or Apple Music or on Google Play and play it while you're listening to me talk about this stock to you. And you get educated and you can pay me back by doing that. It doesn't cost you a single penny to go to my channel on your music provider and click on my name, TYLERSELP like Papa, H like hotel, and listen to my music. And I'll tell you right now, I guarantee you one thing, my friend, uh, Luis Celaya, go onto my music channel and play a song called They Call Me Pendejo. All right? Go on over to your music channel or go to YouTube and click on my name and search a song called They Call Me Pendejo. Or you can find it on TikTok on my playlist on TikTok. Just go to my TikTok playlist. Here's my TikTok channel right here, folks. This is me right here on TikTok. Yep. And on TikTok, I have 10,400 subscribers. A few more than I have here on YouTube, that's for sure. But on TikTok, you can find my link tree, which gives you links to all of my channels. Everything I've got all over social media is right there on this link tree right there. Okay. That's my link tree on TikTok. And you can see my listenership. I've got 700, 600, 600, 700, 600, 700. I'm doing music videos on here. I'm doing a lot of music videos. Music, music, music. And these are all music videos I have. I think you'll enjoy this one here too, called Conversing with Candles, which is a very interesting, I think, a very cool song about me living in Haiti and a girl that lived next door. When I first got there, I didn't know her name, but we flirted with candles in the windowsill. So, anyway, there you go. A little bit more about me that you didn't know. And go over to your music provider and or go on YouTube and put in there. They called me Pendejo. You'll like it, I think. Let's get over here and show you. I had to do this breaking resistance. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a different one about a steam rolling locomotive. This stock, Sofi, is. This is why the institutions are buying in right here. And this is why they buy in so heavily over here and bought all those positions so they can run this price in the ground. And now they're going to come back in as it runs back up and they're going to add to their fortunes. They've made a fortune and they're going to continue to make a fortune off the stock. Oh, they're having fun over there next door. I hope everything gets taken. Usually things get left behind here once the little one goes on her way. Maisie. And I am very, very happy to keep you all sort of, I guess the word is at bay, but understanding that all of these shares that have been added to the borrowed short positions all last month, going from 90 something to 158 million shares shorted, is a lot of increase of shorted positions that have all lost money and are all paying some interest. Connor Roberts says he just wants to stop losing money. I hear you, man. Well, this is what you do. Stop dibble-dabbling around and do what I'm doing every effing day, and you will. I promise you. Well, I make no guarantees, but I've done pretty well at selling this stock over the last week at 913 now, 4 freaking times. And I could have done it 5 times. And buying it back at 866. Hello. Or lower. I mean, how many times do you have to do this to understand this is a money-making machine for the hedge funds and for you if you take advantage of it like they're doing? You got to ride, you got to go with the flow, people. You got to ride the wave that's there. And this is the wave, and it's a daily wave. Look at the wave every day over the 5-day chart. Up to 813, 913, down here at 8 something. Up here to 915, down here. Up here to 915, down, way down to here. Up here to 904. I mean, they're working it down, folks. This is the 6th day off of the 6-day run that they usually, and this is now we're coming up on the 6th day. Tomorrow will be the 6th day. So these were the highs on February 26th, and we're 6 days after that going for the low. And this is a pattern I've shown you many, many times. And they're not done yet. We got 2 more days possibly of them trying to run it down even lower. That's my call because they do it patternized. I can show you. Here it is. 6 days up, 6 days down, 6 days up, 6 days down. It's almost amazing, really, but I show you so you can be relevant and understand. Here's a low of 877. See that low of 877? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. It was all the way down to 815, 805, 766 even. So the 9 days that time. But then it went right on back up. And the doggone thing later is up here at 853, 873. From 873, how many days was it till they dropped it down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days at 759 from 873. And from 759 up it goes. 768 the next day. Well, this time would be an exception to the 6 days because they were able to take it down to 757 6 days after that. But folks, these 6-day intervals that I'm talking about, they do exist with this stock. Here's 641 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 773, and then they bash it down to 710 the next day. 6 days after that, one from 710, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. The 7th day, it's at 822. Next day, they drive it down to 782. And how many days later? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. It was actually 6 days from 782. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, 1016. What a mystery. This is getting scary for him here, though. This many days in the tens. That's another thing that's been unprecedented, folks. Right there, December 27th through December 29th in the tens like that. That's unprecedented. I'm pointing that out to you right there. That's a big game changer right there. That's unprecedented accumulation of shares at a $10 price range. And that's got to be scary for them, folks. Now we get back up to 940 and they're like, man, they got to pressure it down, borrowing shares. Then we're back up here again to 918 and they borrowed so many more shares. Oh my God, they're getting in trouble, folks. I'm telling you, just digging their hole deeper for themselves. As right now we're about to cross over 26 million shares, and so we will be beyond yesterday's millions in shares. Friday we were at 26.2. Look where we are already. About to pass that now. And still got an hour and a half of trading left, folks.
Hey.
Yes, darling.
Chelsea's here.
Oh, hey, got our daughter here. So give me a little bit of time to spend with her, if you would. Just, exchange our cordialities. And I will be right back. Toodles. Oh, yeah. Okay, everybody, that was short-lived. You didn't have to put up with me long. Now back to King Khan. Oh. Yeah, everybody. Well, the little Maisie's got Mama here. Doesn't want to give any attention to anything but Mama. Well, thank you for being here with me today, this afternoon, watching Sofi get ready to run. That's what I say. This little manipulation effort here at 866 and a statement they're trying to make, all it means to me is that it's still losing money all freaking month long. And I mean that from the depth of my heart. I know they have a hell of a lot of shares that they're shorting and continuing to have to short each day. Thank you, Hurricane Lopez, for keeping us informed of that. He's my short informer. Hurricane Lopez, Danny Deals, go check him out. Just joining, guys, and seeing the stock. Any news? Lee Armstrong. Yeah, we got news. Damn straight we do. Look at this. Look at this news. Galileo expands collaboration with the bank core to offer real-time payments via the clearinghouse. Look at this. See how they are so intertwined and got themselves all meshed out into these different avenues. They're just a connected. Ah, it's like a colony of ants, folks. They're all connected with one another. I'm telling you, this is true what I'm saying to you right now. They are just, call it a spider web, a web. It's like the web. It works like a web. It really does. All these things are working together. It's all the vision that this guy, Anthony Noto, has had is all starting to come into a reality. It's not just a concept anymore. Okay. This concept has been proven apparently by a top 5 bank, and they're using the services of Galileo, Technisys, and everything that Sofi brings to the table that they needed to get themselves to the next level. See, they don't like being the number 5 bank. They want to be the number 1 bank. I don't get it. Haha. What price I buy more? Scared money don't make money. That's right. Scared money doesn't make any money. I say buy it right here. Okay. Now, I've already been telling someone else that I looked at some charts to kind of get an idea of what they should do. And one of the charts that I look at here is, in the numbers that I see here, is this one right here. Okay, 855. I know it means a lot to them. I'd be a buyer at 856. If they drop it down to that price today, you probably can't go wrong. But don't buy but with a third of your money, because you need to save another load of your money for this number right here, 814. 814, 856, and 814. I put 2 buy orders in there. It can't hurt you if they don't fill. But if they attack us, those orders will fill. Now, another number that they may take us down to is, we've already seen 778, but that will only happen on a day when a big story breaks, and we are going to skyrocket that day. Because what will most likely happen is, in an instant, when the news is picked up by the people that pay for that kind of news before it becomes news, they will make the price jump coming in, the first ones to get the call, but then it'll get halted, see, because it's moved too quickly upwards, and they'll give the time for the shorts to make their move, and they will drive the price down from that halt, most often $1 after it comes back onto the market. So once we see this thing spike from where we are to 11, all of a sudden it stops at 1180, and then they halt it there. Then they pull it back to 1088. Okay, that would be where I'd be buying it, because I've seen this movie before. Because after that halt and that dollar drop or 90-cent drop where I got my order placed, as soon as they halted, I've got my order in. I just go jump on right then, and just above a dollar, it'll be maybe 98 cents is where I'll put my buy order, because they'll go for that dollar down every time, almost every time. Before then, it goes to 13 and 15 and 17 and 20 and 30, and who knows how high. On whatever news it is, you don't know how high it'll go. That's just it. Nobody expected to wake up the other morning and see 10x up at $20 and $22. Nobody expected to see from $4 to $22. Man, that's a massive, massive increase, and we got out there. Except for our friend Big Booty Keisha coming on there and thought I was buying right there. Bought some thinking I was buying, and I was putting in sell orders at 22.30 on that 10x stock, which we just bought again this morning. Yep, we bought it again today at the low. Meanwhile, GCT just continues its course, like I keep telling you, folks. I was telling you about this. Look at that manipulation down to get it down below 39, and look at it rocketing up now. Look at that thing going off. NU, oh man, looks good. Genie looks good. Gonna make a nice little bounce off of that little effort this afternoon, a low at 230. And I'm looking at the whole market. I think everything could go green. The S&P just did. Look at that. S&P 500, where $40 trillion of the economy's money sits, is green. Dang straight. Oh my God. Look at that thing. Look, folks, at 240. Look what just happened. At 230, folks. Boom. Look at that. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up, little Sofi. Wake up. Wake up, little Sofi. Wake up. No, 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 no. Oh, it's waking up all right. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that number down 30333. I'll be a buyer here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I see that S&P. I love the look of that. I know where all the money is. Oh, here we go. SoFi, add to position. Right here. I'll definitely take this right here, 50 shares. Review order and place it. I'm in here, man. Give it to me, man. Give it to me. 869. Beautiful. 869. This thing's going to climb, folks. There it is. There's my order right there. Beautiful. Thank you very much. 869. Well, what the hell? I already bought the dang thing today at freaking 867, right? Bought it all the way down in here. Just been buying along. Just keep buying it. Keep buying it. Keep buying it. 868. I already bought it there too. And I like what I see. To be honest with you, I like seeing this volume right now. Come on, baby, run on up here. Just blast through 27 million. Let's go, man. Time for you to start coming in like they're coming in on that S&P, man. That's a big indicator right there of what the true sentiment of the market is, and not the manipulate. Well, it is. It's just proof of the manipulation period, folks. 870 now. Coming over here to historical data. 6 cents below yesterday's low at 871. 6 cents, people. And they got it down to 864. So how much was that? 13. Are you with me so far, Sophians? Volume is tiny last 2 days. This will be the short's last drive down before the squeeze. Luckily, I have cash to buy it this time. Well, I sure as heck did. And I'm not going to back away from this stock. Not one that's loaded like this thing. Not a gun. The shorts are the ones backing away, people, right here. Trust me, they're getting out. And today, on that rundown to that low price, I bet you more institutions tomorrow will be on the institutional ownership chart. Because I saw how many came in on Friday when they tried that little stunt. And I only wonder how many are coming in right now. And I'm almost going to guarantee you that they are. And we go back over here to show you guys a little something. Remember me showing you these reviews from these morons with 0 stars and their target prices on SoFi of 7,793. Well, I got news for you. These excellent rating, star rated 210 out of 36,000 with a SoFi price of 14. These guys are right. These guys are wrong, and these guys, they're right. These guys don't make money, and these guys make a lot. These guys have the worst ratings of all, and these guys have excellent ratings because of their performance record, people. Next, looking quarter by quarter, beating the street. This is all during 2021. And then down here, I mean, look at the numbers that they beat expectations. They were expected to get 212. They got 231. They were expected to get 263 million. They got 277. Their revenues were expected at 279. They got 279.88. Here they were expected at 283, got 321. They're beating every quarter. Here's the next few quarters. They were expected to get 346 million. They got 362. Everybody was looking for 390 million. They got 423. They were all looking for an increase of 425 million, which is good enough from 390, but they get 443 million. They say 436 the next time, 460. 473 is what they're targeting. 488, folks. They're slaughtering it. And here, 511, and they went to 564 million, up 5 cents. Wow. Oh, yeah. BlackRock deal just closed at a 5.1% margin gain. This information comes to us from Felix and Friends on the 16th of November. This was a long time ago, but this is the news. The 15 million in quarter 3 and 100 million in quarter 4 whole loans were at 105.1% gain on sale, was a far above fair market marks. The 15 million quarter is amazing. The 375 million BlackRock securitization just closed at an equivalent of 105.0%, folks. That's also almost 500 million sold above fair market values in the last 3 months. These are their loans, okay? Jeez. Personal loan book is solid and they only approve 25% of their loans. In 2024, we expect 50% of our revenue to be from tech and financial services and 50% from lending. And they're doing that, folks. This Galileo deal, this is them talking about what's going to happen in the future. And today's news is proof of them doing it. Right here, you can see their deposits. This was way back in November, 2 billion. And look at that. They've loaned out 90% of that money. This is a cash making machine, folks. Deposits pouring in, going into the pockets of people that need it with excellent credit scores that only 25% of their customers are qualified to achieve and get the money in the first place. 75% of them they turn down. These are great, high rated, 780 beacon scores. Coming on down here, Felix had a lot of great information that day. And then you get over here to IFP advisors and everyone adding, look at that, 229. Look at that, $229,000 in SoFi. This one, 789,000 on that day. They're just coming in. D&B Asset Management purchased a new position of SoFi during that third quarter, 789,000. And folks, they're buying, everybody's buying SoFi stock here. SoFi is being bought by everyone. Quadruple capital buying. They increased by 1,500%. Oh my God. Everybody, you got to understand. Look at this one, increased by 621%. This one over here increased by 22%. This one, look at all the percentages. They're massive, massive institutional increases there all through November. No wonder the number on that chart shows you what I showed you today. That big spike going up through November, December, January on the institutional ownership. Oh my gosh. What's Bitcoin doing now? 67,205. And look at BITF, people. Man, you got to be crazy not to buy this stock right here. Oh my God. Uh, yep, it ain't easy. Says your dollar cost average down. That's what I do. Lee Armstrong, got it. Cheers, Catfish. Lee Armstrong, this will be the short's last drive down before the squeeze. Luckily, I have cash to buy it this time. Volume is tiny last 2 days. Yep. Any analyst price targets today? Well, my price target on BITF is it already hit the bottom and it's being trying to held at 266. That's all they're trying to do. They got the bottom down here where we bought it in the 260, 61, and 62. And that was, even here's a great place to buy BITF, folks. And a great place to be buying SoFi as well on the great news they had today that Shorty had to go out and borrow another bunch of shares to cover. And folks, everything is going green. Look at the NASDAQ right now, folks. And as the NASDAQ does, SoFi does, just went green. Holy smokes. Watch SoFi now, folks. Good luck, shorts. I'm warning you. If you haven't got out now, you better get out now. You better get out of this SoFi right now, folks. And if you're going in, this is the time to buy some more SoFi right now. Lee Armstrong. Data-driven investing reporting that short interest could be near 20% with shorts borrowing another 1.2 million. See, this is great for us, folks. They're digging their hole deeper. Their short mountain just gets bigger and bigger and bigger every day. This short mountain. I got to figure out a way to resolve this problem. Hold on here. I see what's happening. Oh, that's noisy as heck. Sorry, folks. Uh, oh, there's something going on. The ground is shaking beneath the shorty's feet. I love what I'm seeing. Uh, gotta. What, honey? All right, sweetheart. Off they go. Yeah, this is good right here. Perfect. All right, folks. We're shaking things up. They're shaking the microphone up. We're getting a rumbling going on all over. BITF is in fact making its move now. CLSK is in fact making its move. We had a good entry point on that today on CLSK coming in there at 16. I bought in, believe it or not, at 16, 16, 15.95, 16, 16.73, and 16.78. All right. So I'm hoping to see it get back up over those numbers. I'm down in here in the 1670s is where I picked some up earlier. And it looks like it's going to make another nice move here. So that's a good place to maybe buy a few more. And I think I will because it looks like it's definitely getting ready to move up here. CLSK, add to position. Password, oh boy. All right, let's see here. 1660, huh? Oh, I like that number. Let's just put in a market share buy here. We'll do 20 shares. Time 252. I think we could come into a power hour. So we'll see what we do. I'm watching it though very closely here. I want to take a look at this. Yeah, 1661. Let's just do it. Place it. I like the year 61. If I get it at 61, that'll make me happy. And I did. Good. Year I was born, 1961. CLS case 61. 16.6120. 20 at 1673, 1671, 16 and 1595. Now I didn't get the 16 and 1595 today. I bought that the other day. So I can see the trend. It's going up, that's for sure. Uh, Thank you for bringing that up again. 868 now. What happened to the 866, Shorty? Why didn't you hold that number? Couldn't hold it there. Couldn't hold it at 864 either. So how can they hold it here at 869 is what I would be wondering. If they couldn't hold it at 864, if they couldn't hold SoFi down last week when it was below 8, how are they going to hold it down now? How will they hold it down now with people seeing that this ship is rising further and further into the horizon? Look at that freaking chart, people. This is insane, folks. You never see a 10-day moving average like this unless something's getting ready to get really wild and crazy. That's my opinion. I've been trading a long time, people, and I've seen this kind of activity before we saw AMC explode and before we saw GME. I saw this type of activity on the 10-day moving average. You can go back and look at the history. This is unusual, folks. When you start seeing a normally very curvy line, even when it hit this bottom, look at the curve of it because it's a 10-day moving average. It doesn't make sharp moves. Even when it came down both times to this bottom and moved to these bottoms, folks, it was very curvy. It's a 10-day moving average. This is changing now. Look at the acuteness of this moves. Boom, boom. Look at the acuteness of that right there. The 10-day completely doing something it shouldn't be doing. This is very acute over each weekly period. And look at it here, getting more, 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 up, 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 bum. I already said earlier. Assuming that's why CLSK and BITF down today, Coinbase crashed again on BTC rally to 67. Man, this is getting interesting, folks. We're starting to see so much demand on the Bitcoin. I think it's overrunning their servers. And I said this was going to happen. More and more big banks each day trying to open up the And what happens when those thousands of might be coming in, orders coming in from these new clients, from these banks finally, and they're going to pitch these Bitcoin folks. They're going to pitch them to their clients. I guarantee you, every one of these banks will pitch to their clients Bitcoin. They're making it available, and they'll tell them they're going to make it available. They'll have headlines that say, "Been thinking about Bitcoin lately?" Headlines that say, "Did you hear the federal government's move on Bitcoin? Don't miss out on Bitcoin." I mean, all of these entities that are going to start making Bitcoin presentations to these, and they're coming on more and more, and we're going to see these continued outages, perhaps because of just supply and demand and over overdriven overdrive. Look at that thing, though. Look at this in the last hour. Forget about it. This thing is going ballistic, folks. Down, up, out, in. It's going up. They'll work out these details with this overdrive they've got that's throwing a breaker, I guess. But they'll work out this thing. And man, like I said, folks, hold on tight to your Bitfarm stock. Hold tightly to this. If you just bought with me at 266, that's a good number, very good number. I'm going to buy more of it here. Review order and place it. I'd love to get this more than this at 266. And even better, I'd like to get it at 265.5, which works for me. I've already bought a bunch of it at 263. So you betcha I'm going to pick it up here. 265.01. That's a hack number for sure. Review order and place it. Love to get that one too. 50 shares here. Same thing, 265.5. That gives me two there, 50 share orders. Folks, oh, March the 6th earnings call. NASDAQ at 16,280, 170. Is that an all-time high? No, all-time high, 62,302. We're 50 away from an all-time high, folks. And I told you this next week, we break it again after that manipulation down last week. Well, there we go. Going to go up over and into that all-time high in this week. Shorts will attack Sofi last 30 minutes to have a big close on standby to buy more. I hear you. They might try that. We got 3 hours and 2 minutes left in the day, but the low already was $8.64. So that doesn't sound very promising for the shorts to achieve that goal, to be honest with you. I don't like their odds. I'm just going to tell you right now, going over 27 million shares. We've already crossed over yesterday's volume level. And here's the thing. There's no one that wants to really sell it. So each one of these shares that they're selling, here's the catch. There's no one that wants to sell here. They're all buying it. Okay. When they run it down recently, we've seen more and more institutions adding to their position and dollar cost averaging down. We already know this. So the only ones that are really selling are the ones that borrowed shares to sell to someone else who wants to buy them long. It's as simple as that. Every one of these shares today that have been taken in have been by people like me, who's holding them long. The biggest hoard of my shares, I'm only trading a small fraction of my shares every day. Hoarding them. You know, if you go back to my channel opening on this SoFi channel when I started stressing about it, stressing the importance to get in on it, the reason I was doing that was because I knew it was a great buying opportunity at $4. I told everybody that. You could double your money on this stock in the fours. And they did more than that. In less than a month, it was up to 1023. And then when it dropped back down, I told them another great opportunity to buy it. And I've just been doing that over and over. But the interesting thing is that I started out with a core position of a fraction of my portfolio's amount, 5,000 shares. That's all I had. But as time went on and it kept going to these high tens and I sold it, then it dropped way down. I'd buy more than 5,000. And then I'd get 10,000 shares. Then it'd go back over 10 again. Bam, sold 10,000 shares that time, or 8. Then the next thing you know, the damn thing drops all the way back down into the sixes. And I said, she's 641. I'll take it. Boom, I buy a whole crap load of shares. And now I got 25,000 shares. And then I kept buying it from that 641 low. I just kept driving it right on up because I knew it was going to go over 10 one day. And sure enough, boom, off to the sky again, over 10. But then I had 50,000 shares. Yeah. And then it would drop back down to the nines and into the eights. And I bought a whole bunch more, 888, got all the way up to 60,000 shares, goes over 10 again, sold it. And now I'm starting to see how this works. Now I'm starting to figure things out. They keep it down in there in the eights, and they're doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They know what they're doing, and they're going to try to hold this thing back here this afternoon. Someone said, hey, I think they're going to try to crash it down at the end. I see a different picture unfolding here. And you know me, what I like to start doing is every little bit, especially at 3:06 p.m., folks. Watch what happens here at 3:06, okay? Write it down. Catfish said, watch the volume change at 3:06. The fact of the matter is, it may even change right now. As a matter of fact, I want to get over here. As a matter of fact, yeah, I'm going to go look at it really seriously right now to see what's going on in this one day right now. Because I'm anticipating something happening here at 3:06 in 4 minutes from now. Uh-huh. 3 o'clock. That's a nice green candlestick. 30,000 shares when the previous candlestick was a fraction of that, red. Oh, yeah. Here we go, folks. Let's load this up and see what's going on. Here we go. So we've got a day of borrowed shares being sold back and forth to other people who have borrowed shares to buy now out of their shorted positions because they're in trouble, folks. They're in big trouble in little Sofi. And it's not so little anymore, is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at the 45-day moving average. Just crossed the 50. Look at that 10-day moving average. Just bottomed out at exactly 3. And watch the volume now. Dictate the price. I'll use that word. Watch the volume dictate the price now here. Look at this NASDAQ, folks. They are trying with all their might, but look at the S&P 500. This thing's undeniably green, and the NASDAQ is going to be green too. Forget about it. 52-week high on the NASDAQ. Look at that. 5,149.13. And there it is at 5,146. So today we just established the highest high the S&P 500 has ever achieved in the last year. A record high of very low volume compared to the normal volume of 4 billion plus. We're only seeing 1.8, but folks, that is good. And look at the NASDAQ, just went green as well. Forget about it. Oh, yeah. And this one has good volume. The NASDAQ has very good volume here with an hour left. We're going to see a lot of big fish coming in. Sofi too, I feel. Oh, get on over here and look at this close. 52 people here and 13 likes. Well, if what I'm showing you is that unlikable, I would suggest another alternative to spend your time. But if you would consider this likable, I'd appreciate that. And that's all. If you don't, that's okay. Many of you already have hit the like button that are here now. They did that earlier. This is just a new broadcast, but you know how it works, folks. Hit that like button, and then all of a sudden, more and more people are getting shown my thumbnail for the day, which they freaking wouldn't let me change, which sucked. Or did they? Did I get my new thumbnail up? Your friend's stock is BKSY. That's right. That's right. It's not just his, it's mine too. We both own it. BKSY. This is it right here. Looking good today. Looking very good. Bitcoin looking awesome. 67,293 now. There's absolutely no reason for BITF to have been manipulated down to these numbers today. There's none whatsoever. How was the holiday, Catfish? Fantastic. Got to spend great time with my family down in Nashville, my aunt and uncle who I hadn't seen in 15 years, my cousins. Went out to a wonderful dinner at a great little Mexican restaurant, had excellent authentic Mexican food. Tennessee, man, I tell you, they got a lot of good Mexican cooking in that area. Cheryl and I's favorite little location is right down on Nolensville Road, South Nashville, down near Nashville Used Music, where I used to work. It's just a block away from there. A tiny little Mexican place, hole in the wall across the street from where Nashville Used Music is. And it's right across the street and down maybe literally 400 yards. And folks, you get the best burrito you've ever had in your life. Unbeatable. Massive size and just, oh my gosh, pulled pork or whatever you want to get, man, is fabulous. I wish I knew the name of the place. Could find it on the Google map, but you can look it up too. Find Nashville Used Music down on Nolensville Road and look for the closest Mexican place, which is just to the north of them and across the street. Literally, like I said, less than a half a mile. A dive of a location. If you walk in there, you go, Catfish, what are you sending me here for? This place looks terrible. Oh, that's where the best food is, folks. It's worn out because it's so frequented. Okay. It's where all the good food is. I'm telling you, this place is awesome. We got 53 people here, and I'm talking about all kinds of stocks. We got our eyes on this one here today. BBAI. We are not buying it here. We're looking for a pullback tomorrow morning at 10:30 or 11. This one here, major mover, 67% up, and this one's one that was called out by Hurricane Lopez last night. I jumped on there, and this is the one he was talking about. Congratulations, Hurricane. You have to be up live today at some time. I wish I could have caught you when you're on. Black Sky moving up nice. BKSY. Look at this Robin Hood up green today. And we had one of our members already sold it at the high. I told him to sell it at 17.13. He got out and he bought it back at 16.55. Yes. Rocket Labs is starting to make a move back up. SEALS is green again today. Now going green. Very good. CRSP, yours, Katie. Yep, yours. Look where it is, down below where you first sold it. You could have bought it back this morning below where you sold it first in the 81 range. You could have bought it at 883, Katie. So that was a good place to tell you to sell it and to buy it back the next morning and to sell it the next place at the next high where I think you did. I don't know for sure, but you sure had that opportunity. Looking at the S&P 500, oh my gosh, it's just going off, folks. It's going to break the record. It's going to go by the 514813 right now. It's going past the 514813. The S&P 500 is going past it now. This is where 40 million of the stock market money is, $40 trillion. Oh yeah, it's going over right now, folks. 514913. Oh yeah, people. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, we're looking at some other stocks here. There's your True Leaf. Bought that back in the nines again. There she goes. The NASDAQ, 16,281, 50 points now, 24 points from a record high. The NASDAQ. 52-week range was 16,302. And we are 21 away from a record high on the NASDAQ right now. Oh my gosh, look at the high today at 16,213, just like the 13 on Sofi today for the high. The 913 again, people. Bang, bang. Sell it again at 913. Buy it back at 866 today. Beautiful. Well done, everybody. Well done. Well done, everyone. Well done. Obviously, we're making the right decisions when we have sell orders in at the 13 and we buy back at the freaking 66s. Man. That turns what would be a red day into a green one. It's as simple as that. Man. You look at it and you go, oh man, SoFi is down 3%. No, it isn't. Well, it's only down that much if you let it put you down that much. You could have made a good gain on this today, buying it at 863 or 4 today at the low, 864. An awesome gain. We're going to make it. We're going to sell this again over $10. We've done it how many times? 6 already this year. Come on, people. Anyway, I wanted to tell you after my journey, I will continue about the Nashville. I went on from Nashville, where I saw my cousins and aunt and uncle, on down to South Carolina, where we were at Savannah, Georgia, even, and we saw all of our friends I hadn't seen in 45 years from Haiti. Well, I did go to the last reunion that only had about 25 people show up. This one had 70 show up. 70 folks I went to school with in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, at Union School. And what an event. What a fun time to see everybody again and get to sit and share our lives experiences. And man, it was fabulous, folks. So sweet to be able to see everybody again. And we were there that night, the next day, and then we went out on down to Florida to see my mother and my stepfather there in New Smyrna Beach. Stayed at my sister's home again in New Smyrna Beach, home of Molly Hatchet. That's right. She bought their house from them, moved in there, and it's got some music in those walls and those wooden floors. You can just feel it. And anyway, Molly Hatchet was indeed there. She bought their house, one of their houses. They had two there side by side, and she bought one of them. And the other one is turned into a church. How do you like that? How do you like that? Their other home turned into a church. Brian Bassett, the guy who I know from the band and who did my mix down on all my CDs for me, he's actually the guitar player, but he did know sound very well, and he helped me out. And I'm very fortunate to have run into him in the time and place I did. Just one of those crazy things where time and place, folks, in the right place at the right time. And that's how I met Molly Hatchet and got my connection with them and recorded in their studio called King Snake Records, just north of Orlando in a town called Sanford. And King Snake Records is a studio in the middle of the woods, man, with a 180-degree panoramic view of the gorgeous forest. What a place to record. Anyway, one day I walked in there and there was this guy sitting on the couch. I thought he was dead. I freaked out. He was passed out and looked dead. And it turned out to be one of the guys from, and I'm sure you've heard of this band before, that did Frankenstein. It's probably their most famous song. Edgar Winter. And there he was, passed out on the couch. I thought he was dead. I went over and checked his pulse, and I put my fingers on him, and he woke up. Isn't that funny? Scared him awake, and he didn't know who the hell I was. I was a total stranger, but I thought he was dead. They laughed so hard about that later. They were just, but anyway, just another one of my crazy stories when I was younger, doing my thing. And here we go, folks. We're going to break through this record high. We just did 149.17. You can forget about the 13 high. We're at 149.67, and you can be sure they were trying for the 6.6 high there. Okay? Oh, yeah, baby. Watch them try to pull back off of that number 6.6 there. There you go. 1514776, and it's gone right on up. It's beautiful. And I'm glad to say it, folks. I said this was all manipulation last week when they come out with the GDP, and it was money. It was just a massacre of the market down. I told you we'd see record highs again soon enough, didn't I? Let's look at Celsius. Somebody asking about Celsius. Uh-oh, hold on, I had it there. Celsius Holdings, CELH. Well, it's making a nice move today, that's for sure. And they got some support from Yahoo. Looks like a little bit, showing some good things. $89 price target. That's better than SoFi. They've got our price target dropped again today. They dropped SoFi's price target on Yahoo, in case you didn't know that. It's a fraction what they moved it down, but they did it. I like them. 8 strong buys, 5 buys, and 2 holds. Wow. Wedbush, usually the hacker says outperform. Maintain. Morgan Stanley, equal weight to equal weight. They're all holding. Overweight to overweight. Piper Sandler. Buy to buy and outperform to outperform. Wedbush maintains. This company manufactures, distributes, and sells functional energy drinks and liquid supplements in the U.S., Canada, Europe, Middle East, Asia, Pacific, and internationally. The company offers Celsius, a fitness drink or supplement designed to accelerate metabolism and burn body fat. Various flavors and carbonated and non-carbonated functional energy drinks under the Celsius Originals and Vibe name, as well as functional energy drink under the Celsius Essentials and Celsius On the Go powder names, and Celsius ready to drink products. It distributes its products through just direct to store delivery, distributors, supermarkets, convenience stores, drugstores, nutritional stores, and mass merchants, as well as health clubs, gyms, military, and e-commerce websites. There you go, everybody. There's all you need to know about this company, and they look very good. I would suggest if you've got the ilk to buy into $85 stocks, go for it. I know when I bought AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, and this is the stock I'm going to disclose to you for the first time. This is one that is in my other account that I've never even told you I own, but it's been a good moneymaker, AMD. Bought it in the 80s, in the 1990s, 1999, 2000. Bought it in the 80s, and it dropped from there down in the 70s, 60s, 50s. Yep, it sure did. King Cat, what do you think of BITF earning call? I think it's going to be exceptionally good. And I think they're going to make some announcements of their acceleration of Bitcoin gathering because of their branching out, and their opening in Paraguay is going to be talked about, and they're going to create a lot of excitement because they've got a lot of new miners that they've acquired lately to upgrade and create more revenue, more accumulation of Bitcoin. And folks, when they're making 300 Bitcoin in February, and then they're probably going to jump to 500 Bitcoin in April, and then they just keep going, folks. This company increased hash rate 44%. That was 2 months ago. They've increased the hash rate by 44% year over year. Folks, this company knows how to generate Bitcoin, and they're opening up a new division. All right. And they just 3 months ago did a closing of 60 million in private placement with U.S. institutional investors. Okay, so they've already done a public share announcement, and they're not set to do that kind of thing, I don't believe. And I think they're a good buy here at this price. That's why I accumulated some today when they got it down to 260, 261, and 262. I bought a lot of Bitfarm. I don't think it matters that much about their earnings call, to be honest with you. I think it's more about what Bitcoin itself is doing that you should be paying attention to, because Bitcoin is going through the friggin' roof here, folks. 67,370 up 7.42%. Folks, this BTIF should be, and I think the reason it's driven so low is because somebody already knows what's coming out. Just like we saw on our stock, Sofi, just like we saw on Sofi, folks, way back right before we jumped to 1170. We were downgraded by Morgan Stanley. The price fell to 887 on July the 13th, and 3 days later, it was at 1170. So that's my call here. Say the same thing's being played on Bitfarm right now, BITF. Somebody knows, somebody wants in, they're shaking the tree, and then they're going to pounce on it on that day of earnings. And it's going to run up, and we're going to sell it for way more than we just bought it today. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep, we're March the 6th, earnings, BITF. March the 6th, we're 2 days away. 2 days away, everybody. CELH looks still very good. I like it. I think you should get some of this, I already said. But look for a possible pullback tomorrow morning also at 10:30 to make an entry point. Don't go in with all your money yet right here just because it's starting to move up this afternoon. And folks, it's got good volume, but I'm just saying. Now I could be wrong. We could be missing the bus tomorrow. This thing could open at $88. I don't know. But for me, I'd be cautious at an 86.13 number. I can tell you that right now. I can guarantee you I'd be scared of that. 86.13 that I just showed you. Now, it breaks on over that, yeah, maybe a good time. But otherwise, I don't touch it. I may have made a mistake earlier today even, but I don't know. Let's go look at SOUN. What is it doing? Oh, good. Oh, yeah, we got that baby at the bottom today. Bought that at 566. Bought it at 566 again. Bought it. I actually bought it even higher a little bit. I bought it at 599, but I did get 572, and I got a few shares at 576. So I got in at some good numbers there on SOUN today as it starts to make a move upwards a little bit here in the after. Going back over to S&P, good. Now, if this can break over 86.13, that would be very strong signal in the place, maybe. But I don't like this number here, and I don't like this one. I don't like either one of them. So hold off. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Better numbers to buy at, if you ask me. I'll just say that. If they were driving it down, I'd be buying at that number. But if they're running it up, I stop. Let me tell you right now, though, on BITF, after today, if tomorrow they start to give a nice run up on this and it goes up 20% from here, I'll sell the thing before earnings call. I promise you. I don't care. I'll take the money. I'll make that profit. If they try to run this thing up tomorrow morning and it takes off like a banshee, I'm going to sell it at the high of the day and take my profits. And then I don't care. See, here's the thing about stocks that don't meet earnings. We saw the other night what happened to Nvidia when it did the first night, and I took advantage of that and bought it when it dropped. But the other stock, the next one that we were talking about, it came out, it missed and dropped 25%. Okay. So it's just not worth the risk, folks. If it's gonna fly, even if it's gonna fly on the earnings call, the moment that they make the call, if it beats big time, they'll drive it down. You'll still have that quick buy opportunity like I did on Nvidia. Are you understanding what I'm saying? If you're watching it right then when the news comes out and they pull it back you can have a chance to buy it even then. If they beat big time or they beat the street in estimates, they will get pulled down like Nvidia did the other evening. We saw that. You were here with me. Many people were here with me, including Danny Dimes, who saw me. He told me, man, what happened with Nvidia? They beat and they're dropping. And I went, wait a minute. And I jumped over there and it was down 6%. And I said, man, I think I'm going to buy here. So I did buy some. And then I saw it go back up to 4%. And I said, man, I bought more. And then I bought more. And sure enough, then it took off after that. It just took off. So we can look for the same thing to happen on BITF, but you're better off to sell on the high, okay, and buy back on the low, or sell on the high. And then if they beat the street and they start to take off, just buy back in. It's still going to go berserkly up and you can make a bunch of money. It's just that you'll have missed out on that drop if there was one. So either way, though, folks, my feeling is even if they beat big time, we're going to see a brief yank back right before it pounces upwards. And we have to just be watching it very closely, like I was in Nvidia the other night. Again, on stocks, no, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, I don't hold my positions through earnings. And everybody knows that. Somebody came on here the other day and says, what are you going to do? They said to me, what are you going to do about Sound? It's about to release earnings. It's up 300% on the month. I said, I'm selling it. And I did. I sold it all when it was at the high that day. You saw me. That was Katie, I think, that asked me that, or Linda. I said, I'm selling it all. And I did. I sold it. Well, I sold 99% of it anyway. I had just a fraction. 75 shares were left after what I had bought and sold. And thank God I did, because like I said, that was the one that did not meet. They missed on the bottom and the top line, and they dropped 30%. SOUN. And you can see it right here on the 6-month chart. Look right there at that massive drop. They dropped, man. I'm telling you, they dropped big time. And now look at them. I want to get into a tighter chart here. 4-month. Here it is. They missed right there. Boom. Dropped all the way down here to 632, down $1. And man, it gave me a great buying opportunity to buy Sown again, which I bought again, as you all know. Yep. Then sold it when it hit the high again up here in the 7s. Beautiful. Bang, cha-ching. Sell it, man. Sell the dang thing. Sold the dang thing at 719 and 720. Sold it at 733. Sold it at 728. These were hundreds of shares I was selling at a time. Man. And buying them back now at these low, back at this low. SOUN today. Bought it again today. And I want to thank whoever it was that sold those shares to me today earlier. I appreciate that very, very much. But it's still dropping right now on the day chart. So, but I got them down here at the bottom, folks. You know it. SOUN, you got to be ready. Bought it at 566. Bought it at 566 3 times at 566. I bought some at 572. But I know I have a strong feeling it's going to go right on back up too. But man, aren't we glad we sold it in the 7s that day and got out of everything? What is this OCEA? Looked like they got Neo down to get in before earnings. That Neo stock, man, I can remember one day. Oh my God, that Neo stock was jumping $1 every 2 minutes. I was day trading in and out of it like mad. Ah, look at this number it's down to 666. Oh my gosh, everybody on this channel, how it becomes so obvious over and over and over, these numbers. And it's by design. I keep telling everybody. They ask me, so what, this guy was on here, what is this thing you have with 666? I said, well, I'd have to go into a long explanation, which I did. Then I just proved it. And that sure does there. Look at CELH, folks. I said if it got past 86.13 to get in and get some, and there it is now, 86.31. Might see a pullback tomorrow morning, but we might not at all. It looks very, very strong. I like the fact that they just went positive. Yeah, EBITDA, I guess, and their earnings are good. Their revenues are doubling each month. This looks very SoFi like, and I like this stock. CELH. I'm just telling you now. If you want to take my word for it, pick up a few shares, but do not go too heavy, obviously, at $86. You're waiting in here and wait for a pullback tomorrow morning of 3% in the morning. And maybe you can get it pulled back tomorrow morning. Maybe not. Can't promise you anything. So back over here to SoFi. I'm going to go look at OCEA. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, God. Well, they got an approval for some level 3 or a FDA approval, and they're going crazy up, and you be very careful. Yeah, this is the same. When we saw this happen on our stock 10X, we got out. And we're glad we did because we got out when it was up 140%, and that thing rocketed back down to fours. And then it was funny. On that one day, it went from $4 to 22.30 where we sold it, dropped back to 11 range where we bought it again, went back that afternoon to $16 where we sold it, and then it dropped back down and we've been buying it in the fours again. But I don't know what's going on here, man. Announces joint venture partner 4 days ago. No, 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 no. Don't go here, folks. Just don't. And the number 466, man, I would advise against it. I just would advise against it, especially at that 6.6, folks. Don't do this. Don't do it. You can miss it, but you much better miss it. Let me just put it this way: on a stock that's up 133%, the downside risk far outweighs the upside potential. All right, especially when there's no news out, and then now you're seeing 473.13. Be careful. That's all I'll say about it. I could be missing it, and I'd rather miss it, to be honest with you, because there's too much risk, too much downside risk versus upside potential. That's what I say about that, YZ. MK for Quan looked like they pulled Neo down to get in. Yeah, they sure manipulated it. They sure manipulated it, just like they did just like I did our beautiful stock SoFi today. Manipulated the freaking crap out of it. Neo was manipulated down 666, now only down 649. So this might be a very good entry point. But again, I'm not going to hold it through earnings anyway, so I think I'll just hold off. SoFi 867, trying to hold it at 866. And for those of you that are here with me, this type of information, when you look at a chart like that, you might see fear of missing out kicks in, and man, I'm going to try and catch this one when it's already ready to run. You missed it already, so don't try to jump on a train that's already left the station. You want in like SoFi before the train leaves, and that's where we are. That's where we are. And now the Nasdaq's green, the S&P 500 is green, the Russell Index is green. The only one down is the Dow a fraction. Not even down. Look at the number down 0.13 on the Dow. Just so stupid. Meanwhile, look at that. 86.49 now on CELH. This is the one you get. This is the one you get, folks, if you're going to get it. But be cautious. Like I said, maybe wait for the morning. When is SoFi's next earnings? The 29th. April the 29th is what I've been told. That could change. So again, I'm not a financial advisor, so don't take my word for it, okay? And I want to thank all of you who've hit the like button for me now. I appreciate those of you that are here right now because you know the importance of hitting the like button. It gets more and more people over to the channel. I've actually had earlier on, I had about 600 people over to the channel. Now another 371 since I got my power turned off. My power, I was trying to pull the screen up closer to me so I would fill up more of the screen. And when I did, I unplugged everything that came right out of the wall for the whole unit. My router, my AT&T, Microcell, all my computer, my terminals, everything, light, all dark. Lost it all. Everything went off. So I had to restart today. So please hit that like button. I appreciate it. We'll get all the likes built up again. Looking at this volume, now at 28,765. So another very low volume day. But one of the things I'm encouraged by is the news, the latest news again breaking out. Now let's look at BITF. You try and hold it there and accumulate it all day long, all of you buyers. Look at that volume, folks. Look at the historical data and look at the volume today compared to the recent volume and realize and understand to yourselves what accumulation looks like. Okay? There you go. 17 million shares and now 38 million shares. Back down here, 12 million, 10 million, 13 million, 22 million, 20 million, 14 million, 21 million, 17 million, 19 million. And folks, there's your proof of your pudding right there. 17 million one day, double that the next to get the price down and accumulate it like banshees. That's what they're doing. And absolutely, somebody had said earlier, I think that these shorts might wait until the last half hour or whatever to try to run the price down. And I said, okay, well, let's see what they can muster. I got my buy orders in. I'm ready for them. My orders in are at 864, 63, 62, all the way down to my birthday, 861. Yeah. Today's volume has been nothing all day but shorts to shorts. There's no one of the 111 institutions that bought this between 810 and 843 that are selling their shares right now. I can promise you. Of the 47 institutions that came in on the 13th when the low was 778, I guarantee you not one of them is selling any of their shares today, everybody. I promise you, they're not. Get a buy ready at 851, huh? Okay. I will. I'll put it in GTC. On SoFi, yeah, this CELH, man, that thing is ignited, man. That thing looks good. If you got the stomach for it, BITF, yes, go, baby. Go, BITF. Now she's starting to rise. Look at that number down, 888 at 26697. It's a good place to come in, folks. CLSK was a great buy today when you mentioned it to me earlier, Danny Dimes. Thank you. GCT. Unstoppable, man. S&P 500 climbs to an all-time 2 or 3 year, 5 year, maybe ever high of 5,149.67, 52-week high today. And what do they do at the very end of the day? Over the last 45 minutes, from 313, from 313, from 313, people. This looks awesome, folks. Everything is setting up perfectly for us to run, folks, believe it or not. And the reason why is because of the mere fact that they cannot drop this price down below where they shorted it all month long. Even here, all 3 weeks of shorted positions at 853 and below, every one of those shorted positions that they borrowed the shares for, they're losing still on. And this is the number they really want right here. There's the number they really want at 851 right there, people. Right there, that number. And I see what you mean to put in a buy order there at 850s. I got you. 851. Lee, it makes perfect sense. Somebody asked me this morning earlier where should I put my buy order in on Sofi. I said I got two places, but one of them's right here at 851. Right there, right in the you'd be best off just to buy it at 854. Don't even try to get it into that low again because they probably won't let it achieve that low again. It'll be probably closer to this 853 number. So I'd try for 854 and just be happy you got it there if you do. But folks, we're about to go over 30 million shares right now. All of a sudden, we got some little something going on here with SoFi. Something's going on here. Something's going on around here. Boom, 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 boom. Crazy people out shorting here. SoFi at 865. Boom, boom, boom. I have to tell you, they're crazy, man. They can't survive. Boom, boom, because when this thing goes over 10, that's when hurting begins, and it just started. They will be suffering more when this thing hits 13. It's really going on. Don't is he really gonna break the shorty's heart? Is SoFi going up again? Well, if my eyes don't deceive me, something going on around here. Boom, boom, around here. Boom, boom. But you better look out, because there is no doubt this chart figures out that she's running up. You better fill your cup, because she's about to run. You look here, everyone, you can see it's true. She's gonna run. Something's going on around here. Something's going on around here. All right, little music for you. It's Catfish, the singing stock guru, and he's got to tell you what he's going to do. He's going to sing for each and every one of you. I'm also going to buy at 850. This probably is low, resist the pay up. Well, folks, you can wait for that if you want to, but I think 866 is going to be it for today. 864 is the low. I think it's going to run up from now until the close, and I think tomorrow it's going to open higher at 888 or higher. I could be completely wrong. They could very well fill your orders in the after hours at those numbers, so leave them there, but put in some buy orders right here. Just get yourself a few small shares here. Pick up 10, pick up 15, put in a market share order, 865, 864. Start there. Folks, I really do not believe that they're going to be able to continue this. This is the day. This is the 6th day. This is the 6th day, the 6th. What I want you to see, I've already shown you the pattern of the 6 days up, 6 days down, where here's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. This is the 6th day, the 6th day. And it says 866. Okay. So it's the 6th day, and it's at 866. Just letting you know. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. Snag some here. Be happy you got it 1 penny above the low of the day. Even if it's just 5 shares or 2 shares, I don't care, because I think we're going to run from now until the close. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think we're going to see a 10-cent possible run between now and the close. And I'm so confident in it, I'm going to buy it with you. If you're going to buy some here, I'll buy some here. I'm not going to make anybody do what I suggest unless I go in with them to give them show them the support that I believe. And I'm very certain of this. Well, let's just put it this way. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm fairly certain that this thing is going to go up, and it's going to go up for 6 days now. And it might just keep going right on up until the next earnings call, for all I know, because it's done that before. And I know one thing's for sure, that we didn't have 9 institutions come on Friday, brand new institutions, when the low was higher than today. And I'm sure that those institutions are not selling, being down 4%. Okay, I'm positive of it, and I have a feeling just as many if not more, institutions will come in on this rundown because it happens to be 12 cents, 13 cents lower than Friday's rundown. All right. So I'm going to come in right here, market share order. And you're right. You're right to have an order at 851. Don't get me wrong. Put your big share order there, but pick up some at least right here, and we'll see if I'm wrong or not. And even if I'm wrong and it goes down to 861 here, start there. So put your limit order now 2 cents below the current price at 861, and then put another one in at 862, which is what I'm doing right now. I just did it. So I've got a buy order at 861, and I'm going to put in another one right now at 862. Review order and place it. Bring it softy. Bring it soft shorty. Love to buy this right here, which I just did. This is filled. 862. I'm in there. Hell, the last price I bought it was 867. Let's go for 861. It's there waiting. And I'm going to also put in one at 860. 860 is going in. There we go. Got the 861. View order and place it. I'm at 860 now. And the reason I'm not concerned about it dropping, because I've sold so many thousands of shares of this stock at 9:13 this morning again, that I can buy freaking hundreds of shares here at a time if I wanted to. I'm waiting in here with little buy orders. Review order, and we're going in now at 859. Place it. 2 cents below the running price, folks. I don't need to put it any lower. There we go. I just saw 860 and then it jumped to 862. So there, that's the end of it. That's the end of it, folks. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Thank you very much. I want to get over in here on this chart and see what they're using. That's a hell of a lot of green candlesticks right there, everybody. I got news for you on the 6 month. That's a lot of green candlesticks coming in here after the last 14 days. That is a hell of a lot of green candlesticks right there. I'll stick with those. $50 shares at 859, 50 shares at 858. All right. Meanwhile, back to BITF. Look how hard they're trying to, and I've got this going in fast forward now because I refresh the screen and I get back to it and it goes crazy fast. CELS. Oh, there's the drop off. There it goes. CELH. I mean, I knew it, man. Tomorrow morning, man, they'll come at it again. They're doing it now. They're doing it now this afternoon. They'll do it in the morning for sure. Chances are. Well, wave goodbye to Shorty on SoFi. They're getting their asses out now this afternoon. This is the 6th day. This is the 6th day off of the high. And the most impressive thing that I love about this right where we're holding here, the most impressive thing about it is that it's not here at this number, 850, 851. There we go. I got 859. Yes, indeed. Waiting at 858. I got that too. Oh, give me that. Review order and place it right now. Oh, man, I missed the low right there at 857. Wouldn't you know it? It would jump from 857 to 860. Dadgummit. Come on, man. One more penny and let me get that low. You suckers, you. We got 10 minutes left, man. You got a lot lower to go. You got to get down to 851, you pieces of worthless pieces of junk. Come on, man. You got to get to 851, man. You guys are still majorly screwed for 3 weeks at that number. They've at the very least they've got to get to 855, people. I know how much they love that number 55. I've told you about it before. It means a lot to them. Come on. I still haven't filled. No, Lee. Well, it could. Yeah, you're right, but I don't think so. They're not getting to 857 here. I saw it jump from that number to 862, which made me go, oh boy, somebody loved that number. They wanted, an institution bought it there. When it jumped up 3 cents, it was over there. That was it. I missed it at 857. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Not when you see a 3-cent spike. Get over here and I'll show you where it happened, probably. Try and get on the 1-day chart. Golly, that thing looks strong. Look at that 200-day moving average just jumped off that line. Boom. Hey, there it is, 857. All right. Woohoo! Yes. Thank you so much. Whoever did that, I thank you. Put a check by it. Oh, you know for sure I will be going in at 856 too. Review order and place it. 50 at 856 now. Well, they're not going to get to the low without me buying it there, whatever it is. Trust me. I'm going to put in another one at 855 even. Review order and place it. 50 at 855. They're not going to do it, folks. They're not going to do it, people. I don't believe so. I think they're tapped out right now. 7 minutes left. Look at the volume now, folks. We are smashed through yesterday's volume at 26 million, and we're at 32 million, and the price is rising, folks. 32,808,000, and now we're going to start a little sequence of numbers. 32,810,000, 32,810,000, 215, 32,811,000, 32,811,000, 375, 811,531. 31. There's 812, 1,000 shares, 812, a small amount, another small amount, another small amount, 813, 32,813,502. 502. And folks, we're going to run this out this afternoon because I want to see these massive orders. 32,825,000. There's a 10,000 share buy at 860. 32,826,000, 827, 32,827,000, 298. 32,828,000, 830 now, 839, a 9,000 share buy, 32,842,000, 32,842,000, 260. There's 1,000 and a lot of small ones at 859, 32,843, 844, 845. We're coming in here, folks. We're starting to pour in. 32,846, 847, 32,840, 851, 856, a 5,000 share buy at 860, no problem. 32,861, 65, 32,866, 69. 32,870 is going to be here very quickly. There is 872. 32,905. There you go. 130,000 shares just bought right there at 860. 32,918. 32,944. 30,000 share dump at 859. 32,946. 32,947. 32,948. All happy to buy at 860. 32,949. 33,013. That was a 50,000 share buy at 861. 33,015, we're rising. 33,015, 980, 016, 33,017, 33,018. And they're all buying at 861. 33,019. Oh, yeah. 33,22. Oh, yeah. Still at 861. Now they drop it back with a 6,000 share dump. 860 is where we're sitting. Now 861 again on 33,030. 33,038, 8,000 shares dumped at 860, and it jumps back to 861, 33,048, 33,056, 8,000 shares to make it fall back to 860, 33,065, 33,064. Did you see that? It dropped 1,000. Somebody took away a share order they had out. 33,066, 067, 33,068, 69. And now back to 861 on a 500 share buy. 33,073. That's very good to see it move a penny on 500 shares, folks. 33,076, 79. And now it's toggling 860, 61. The algorithm's fully aware of what's going on at 33,081. 33,084, 3,000 share, and up she goes, 33,090. Oh, yeah, folks. This is where the line is drawn, 33,101 now. I don't know if I should buy. I'm buying at 856. Okay, you can try that. I don't think you're going to get it. I already bought it at that number. It's gone to 860, 861. There's nobody that wants to sell it for less. 33,149, 33,145, 33,150, 151. I'm counting it down and counting it up. 33,152, 33,152. We got 4 minutes left. 33,157, 33,162, 5,000 shares happily bought. 33,165, 66, 168, 33,177. Oh, paying good. 861. They're happy to buy at 861. 33,179, 33,184, 5,000 at 861. 33,186. They're dumping 2,000, 1,000 shares at a time, and they're buying 3,000 to 5,000. There you go. 33,192. 33,193, 33,196, 33,2, and that jumps it to 861 again. 33,206, 213, 7,000 shares, 215, 33. This is totally an algorithm trading right now for the last 3 minutes of the day. And folks, we're not going to see any 850s today. If we do, the chances are you might see that you might possibly see that at after hours, but you're not going to see it now. Not with this thing toggling as fast as it is between these numbers here, 860 and 859. Not going to happen. 33,381 now, 33,382, 33,383, 33,385, 33,387, 33,390, and back to 860. 33,392, 398, 401, 408, 409, 30. Oh, we're going to skip the ads. They're going to try and run an ad right now, right here before 4 o'clock. I said skip it. 33, 421, 423, 424, 425. Still small stuff. 428, 429, 436. Nothing big here, folks. Nothing big. 450, 452, 33, 454, 33, 458, 545. Now, that was a big one. That was 100,000 shares to drop it to 858. 33, 561, 564, 33, 568, 33, 569. Back up to 859, 33, 573. We now have 2 minutes left. 33, 6, 33, 601. And they're still trying to work it down. 33,606, 609, 33,619, 10,000 shares dumped to try to get to 858. How much do you think the shorts spent today? A lot of money, a very lot of money. And they're just building a deeper and deeper hole for themselves because, folks, this is a horrible number. They can't even get down to the 855 that I know they love. We're down to less than a minute. 33.9, 33.7, 33.710, 711, 715, 803. Folks, 300,000 shares just bought, or 100,000. 33.816, 33.831, 847, 852, 33.852, 041. These are small shares, 3 shares, 9 shares, 20,000, 10,000, 857. They're going for 855, folks. I guarantee you 33,946, 33,958, 33,959, 982, 33,9, 34 million now. 34, and they trying for that 855. They can't get to it. 34,055. There it is. It's 4 o'clock. 858 closing. That is it. It's done. They could not get to 855. I know how bad they want that because that number has been very resiliently a high that they've stopped us at dozens of times, and already we're at 860 in after hours. Just that fast. Oh, yeah. 34 million, 26 million yesterday, 8 million more came in. And wait till we find out how many institutions there are now. It'll be tomorrow before we find out, or the next day, folks. I'm telling you, but we're going to find out. And don't be surprised to see a lot more there. $798 institutions, folks. 798 institutions. 790 on Friday, in case you didn't know that. 790. And we are about to go over 40% institutional ownership. As Hurricane Lopez says, he thinks we already are. He thinks we already are. He thinks these are delayed coming in. A lot of these institutions don't have the same restrictions as others. And he thinks we're probably close to 44, 45% institutional owned at this point. And I think he could be right. I think he could be right. Let's go take a look across here real quick at some of these other ones. CELH did end up going right on up this afternoon. Congratulations if you picked some of that up. BITF 263. What a beautiful day to buy this stock, down 11% with Bitcoin going through the roof. That's all I can say. Clean Spark, another good day. Bought that right down here. Got it low. Soundhound. That's about where I got it earlier today. Everybody got a good buy opportunity today on these stocks on the lows. They're going to pull back once in a while, folks, and we pick them up like that. Good. That's what we're here to do. Well, I tell you what, after they made that new record, S&P 500 record that everybody says is going to 5,400 before the end of this year, 5,400 tops. Boy, they sure yanked that down off of that high today, didn't they? They said, oh, man, we got to get that thing back down. We got to get in on it. And look at Sofi, already green in the after hours. Oh, my gosh. And watch this thing, folks. Watch it close. I'm glad I talked you into buying it with me in the 856, 57, 58, 857 for the low today. There it was. And we got it there, folks. We got it. And look at that. It ain't easy, said. I've got my buy order in at 856. And I was like, man, I hear you, but man, I think you should just do it here right now. Now it's at 861 in after hours. How much do you think the short spent today? I have no idea. That was some close. Hey, Catfish, my favorite bottom. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, my favorite bottom feeder. That's me, man. You just saw me piling in today right at the very close at 857 and 858, bottom feeding. And look at it now at 862. Holy smokes. Where's that usual hold it in the red by a penny after the hours, after the closing? Where's that? Well, that was all because it was being manipulated, everyone, just like I told you all dang day. I don't know what this dang stock will do. I just don't know what I will do. I'll be selling this at the high tomorrow, no matter what it is, and I'll be buying it at the low, no matter what that is. I do it every day, and it's so easy. You should have known. You should have had those sell orders in at 913 again, because when they're in a channel, they stay in that channel very tightly because it's working so well for them, and it's working well for me. It's just that today's low side of the channel was lower than it has been, but the high side was right where it's been. Stay right where they've been with it. And I love predictability when it comes to manipulation. I don't know what the price is going to be for the low tomorrow, but we're going to watch it closely. I think the dang thing might open up at 870 and never look back. They got in, got out, whatever they did. They made their move today. They made a big move and got out. Good for them. I want you to take a look what gold today went up. Nice. If you want any gold. Beautiful to see this in the after hours already at 862. Watch this dang thing take off like a banshee in the after hours. Folks, you didn't know, Galileo had a great news article today, expands their collaboration with the Bank Corps to offer real-time payments via the clearinghouse. Folks, this is awesome news, fabulous news, wonderful news, perfect news, great news. Somebody just asking me now, should I just sell TMR? TMR. Do you mean TMR? Oh, tomorrow? Should I just sell tomorrow, Young Hound? TMR. I see TMRW. TMRAX, TMRPR. Are you saying tomorrow? Are you abbreviating tomorrow? I don't even see a number under TMR. Okay, yeah. Yes. All I can tell you is tomorrow, look at this thing going off in after hours, folks. Look at that. 865. Unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. Absolute proof of absolute manipulation. And I told you it was. Yeah. Put your sell order in. If you just bought it at 857, then you want to have a sell order in for some of your shares at 887. And then you want to sell some of your shares at 898. And you want to sell some of them, a few at 908. And you want to sell a lot at 913, which would really be 912 tomorrow. And if you don't want to get greedy, just put them in at 911 because you'll have bought at 857, 858, and you'll be selling at 911 and making a nice little profit. Then off that money you sold at 911 tomorrow or 913, wherever you want, or 912, or you can put orders in at all of those numbers. Put an order for a small amount at 911, a little more at 912, a little more at 913. Because they'll pull it back after that to 901, to 897, to 888 or 866 like they did today. They're going to keep doing this, folks. It's working too well for them. Trust me, this is working too perfectly well for them. I'm long big time. I own 50,000 shares long. I trade 2 to 3,000 or 5,000 shares a day. Short in and out. When it's on the bottom, I buy up tons of shares. When it's at the top, I sell 2 or 3,000 each day. That's what I've been doing lately. Yeah, the shorts are big time hurting, and I've been showing everybody that on this right here. This chart proves how much pain the shorts are in here. Because as everybody knows, they've gone from 90 million shares shorted to 158 million shares, and the whole time they shorted at every single peak you see on this page, they shorted, and they're still holding those shorted positions, all of them, every one of them. They're still holding them all. And look at that price right there, 859, that was on February the 26th. And there we are today with a close at 858, and we're already at 863 in the after hours. So there you go. That's the number they wanted right there. Trying to equate that number where every position below that all week long last week was below that price. Shorted positions, all of them. And now they can't even hold it there in after hours as it runs to 865 now. I mean, that thing's popping in after hours. Huh? How many times you guys? How many times have you guys and gals been on this chair? In this chair you're sitting in now, watching this, and see the price up 5% in 9 minutes after the closing? I bet you can almost say never. I've never seen it. I haven't seen it up 6% 9 minutes after closing. I've never seen that. Just like I've never seen 111 institutions come in on this stock when the price was driven down. Never. And the day before that, 47 when the price was down to 778. I've never seen 150 institutions of all different kinds add to their portfolios when the price was driven down like that was last on February the 13th and 14th. I've never seen it. Never ever in my life. I'm serious, folks. There's a lot of unusual things happening around this stock right now. Very unusual chart movement for the 10-day moving average. Very strange. That's unusual, people. That is highly unusual. And look at that 10-day moving average after it broke over the 45 and 50-day. Forget about it. Shorts are doing it every day. Hedge funds are doing it every day. They're borrowing more and more and more shares, though, to do it with. This manipulation of 4% down today was done on borrowed shares, even more of them today. I can't wait to hear what Hurricane Lopez says today on his broadcast of how many shares are shorted. They're hedge funds, people. The shorting companies are hedge funds. The problem they've run into, though, recently is that institutions now that own at 12 and 11.50, 11.75, every time they've dropped the price down recently, those institutions have started buying like they never have before. And that is the problem for shorting now. We don't just have retail supporting this stock anymore. We've got a lot of institutions with higher positions averaging down when they run it down now. It's a different game, folks. We've never seen that before. Never, ever, 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 ever. I'm telling you, none of this we've ever seen before. And if you like what I'm telling you, hit the like button. You should share it with your friends. All this activity that we're seeing now, we've never seen it before. Isn't market manipulation illegal? The problem with shorting is they can play with retail, but they are playing with the institutions. The institutions will fire back on them. Yep, and the shorts. That's absolutely true. They're up against a different group of they're up against a different type of investors now. And guess what? When SoFi shows profitability for 5 quarters, they're going to move over into the S&P 500, and they're going to be gobbled up by S&P members. And then we're going to see the price be at 16 and 18 and over 20 because they'll finally have a way to get in on it. The S&P will be able to make their way in, and we'll be buying it, believe me, when it comes into their market. I can't wait till the day they announce that. There's a squeeze coming in the near future, guys. This thing's going to go over $10 between now and the next earnings call. It's done it too many times not to do it again. This stock has done it too many times not to repeat that. Look at this thing up 6 cents now, again, 864. It's absolutely beautiful. It's going to continue to go. It was as high as 865, and I think it's going to keep climbing in the after hours. This early on at 4:13 p.m., they must be crapping their pants seeing this thing up doing this to them after they worked so hard to splash that close. Shorts are bleeding money. That's right. Bleeding money, bleeding money. Look at that 1 month chart, folks. Every one of those positions for 3.5 weeks losing money, bleeding out. And they hold positions much shorted, much higher numbers, lower numbers than these, folks. I can promise you. You look over this 6 month chart, and man, they got numbers down in here in the 660s. They're shorting and still holding. I know they do. All of these numbers here, all through 688, 734, all these prices down here, and then over here, 741, 756, all these numbers, they're killing them. We're killing them here. We're killing them. And I'm telling you, folks, this kind of resiliency, this isn't a spike like we saw here on January the 30th on an earnings day. This kind of move over here, that doesn't look like that, does it? This right here, folks, it doesn't look like that. It has a different look to it with a lot of volume coming in here. Look at the volume increasing. Look at the candlesticks getting bigger right there. This is a different look to it, and the long-term chart shows it all. It's got a very, very, very different look to it. And now I'm going to refresh to the one-day chart, and I want you to see what this looks like right now. 50 of you here still with me, hanging in past the 4 o'clock bell, because I guess whatever I got to show you just inspires and keeps you fired up. Let's get in here. Let me show you a little secret that works. Zoom in when you get to this one-day chart, and right here to the very end of the day, you want to get in here tight like this. And then what you want to do is you want to hit the refresh button up here. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if we get this interactive chart in here now after hours. It used to work on Yahoo, then they stopped doing it for a while, but I'm going to try it again right now. Ah, yeah, there's our after hours. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll take a 10-day move, 10-day average crossing up over the 45 and 50-day moving average at 415 this afternoon. Price at 863, 864, 865. That's right. You bet I will. I'll take that. And now you guys and gals know why I suggested you not wait until it get to 851, because I don't think we're going to see it. I think that was it today. It was the 6th day, and I think they're done with it. It was the 6th day, and I think they're done with it. Some people go, what do you mean the 6th day, Catfish? Well, every 6 days or so, they like to get this to a new high and then or a new low. If they shorted at 650 and 8 and 950, they now got their average showed price so they can close positions higher without losing too much money. Yep, that's true. It's what hedge funds do. Here's a problem for them, folks. Here's a problem for Shorty. The lows, the highs back here were way down here at 835. 7, 8 days ago, trading days ago, 835, 837, 835 for a high. And now we hit 914, 904 on Friday, and 913 today. And the volume is 6 million shares more, not 26. Uh-oh. And then in the after hours, the price is at 864, which we've never seen before. And an after hours price so early on in the after hours, how high could the damn thing go now in after hours? 870s, 880s, 890s, or 9 or above? Yeah, it could. It absolutely could. It could go way even higher than that, believe it or not, on an announcement coming. And there's announcements coming. There's a lot of announcements coming. We know that, and I've been telling you that, folks. I've been telling you that there are announcements coming. And by the way, let's go see what Bitcoin's now doing after they've manipulated it all day. Very nice. I'll take it. Anything green in the after hours works for me. Let's see what CLEA Clean Spark can come up with in the after hours now. Still a little on the red. SOUN. Where are we now? Hello? Hey there.
My car to that place to get my oil changed, and it was $97 for me.
Really?
Yeah.
God. Lovely.
Right back. What is this dog barking at?
right, I'm back in here. Back in the saddle. Oh, look at that price going after hours. Holy smokes. I told you, something could pop here. Whoa, yeah. Beautiful. Time for an ice cold one, everybody. Time for an ice cold one. Let's celebrate. Yes. Yeah. Pour you a nickel head. Pour you a nickel head. Pour you a nickel head, my friends. Get out an ice cold beer. You better listen up right here and pour yourself a nickel head, my friends. End of year, $18. That would sure be our luck. It could be more than luck, my friends. It could be this run has just begins right here with this beer that we're sharing so dearly together. Pour yourself a nickel head, my friends. Yeah, pour yourself a nickel head, my friends. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed, she's running. Everybody's gunning for her. Look at how they massacred her down today. But she just come back like she always does. What was, what was. And now we're seeing what she's bringing. Why Catfish is here and singing. Oh my goodness sakes. Just like my picture shows, this thing's about to break. Oh, look at them trying to deny it. But folks, you just cannot buy it any cheaper than they're buying it right now. Oh yeah, have yourself a nickel head beer. Oh yeah. I'm here to share in a beverage with all of you and celebrate the 870 in the after hours and the fact that now they just had to call all the people back to the table and say, wait a minute, don't leave yet. We got a problem. We need to control it again. We need you to stay after hours today. We'll pay you. We'll pay you for it, folks. Sit back down and start putting sell orders in 5, 2, 3, 1, and put them in lower and hold this thing back this afternoon till 8 p.m. We appreciate it. And folks, oh yeah, Danny Dimes, pretty sure it's a Benz. What we got here? Lee Armstrong, Long's institutions must be rubbing their hands at this. Yep, they are. Shorts bleeding money. That's right. Entertainment International. The reason they keep adding short positions is to bring their average up. They eventually will be near break even and the short share price will explode. Well, we'll see about that. And I believe it. Agree. Lee Armstrong, Danny Deals will be on some rant tonight. Yep. If they shorted at 650 and 8 and 950, they now get their average short price higher, so they can close those positions higher without losing too much money. Well, okay, they've lost a lot of money over the last month. I can guarantee you. Okay, it's hurting them in the wallet, and that's why they're having been forced to keep borrowing shares, and they got themselves into a borrowed corner. Okay, that's what I think has happened here. I think they borrowed themselves into a big old pit. I'm just going to say it. Pretty sure it's a. Ian Long sounds like a BMW or a Mercedes. Pretty sure it's a Benz. Yep, it's a Benz. 97 don't sound crazy. Yeah. When it opens tomorrow, what will it drop to? Young Hound wants to know. Katie Winworth, hard to watch other stocks go up in my portfolio and have SoFi stagnant. I know it takes time just been accumulating, I guess. Yep, I'm long SoFi, so it doesn't matter. Should be better by end of year. We are going to be way better, folks. We're already way better this afternoon, even in just the short term. Well, we are. I mean, I have never, pointing it out, never seen SoFi up 4 cents in after hours. And by the way, it was up to 865 within within 3 minutes of the market closing. And this is something that I'm going to just come out and tell you. You guys have been here a long time with me, many of you for 7, 8 months, 9 months, a year even. And I'm telling you, I've never seen it before. I've never seen it. I've never seen this stock up that much in the after hours, except on earnings or what have you, or something, something weird news. But I haven't seen it. I just every single day this thing's in the red after hours. Always. You can just depend on it almost. But lately things have been changing, and today it was oversold to short. The hedge funds were working their asses off today. All right. And here's the problem. This chart for them is horrible. All right. This chart for them is absolutely atrocious. You cannot, what are you going to do to stop this 200-day moving average, which followed along my trend line straight on it for frickin' 2.5 months, suddenly breaking to the upside, and the 10-day moving crossing over the 45 and 50-day on this 3-month chart? What are you going to do to stop that? Look at all these green candlesticks down here, folks. Pay attention. Right here, we'll start at that one. 1 out of 2, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 6, 5 out of 7, 6 out of 8, 7 out of 6 out of 9, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 11. Oh no, 8 out of. Hold on, we got to back up here. Well, let's just put it this way. Even if we start right here, we're still 8 out of 11 days going up. And right here, look at this. Out of this one right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 7 days green. 6 out of 7-day green candlesticks, folks. That's massacre-ish for them. And if you go back a little bit further, it's even worse. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3 out of 12 days red candlesticks. That's a huge move, and no wonder the friggin' 10-day moving average has done this little dipsy-do. Like I said, they jerked it, they herked it down, they jerked it up, they herked it down, jerky up, herky down, jerky up, and jerking it up and up, right? Here's, I'll play the song for you again. Herky down, jerky up, herky down, jerky up, herky down, jerky up. No herky down this time, just jerky up. You see? It's a herky-jerky line, but you need to pay attention to the jerky line, because right here, there was no jerky. It was herky. I mean, it was jerky, all right. It was herky down, jerky up, herky down, jerky up, herky way down, jerky up, and then no herky exists here. That's the difference right there, people. Sofi is doing the herky-jerky. Let's put that for our title tomorrow. Sofi herky-jerking off. Right? The thing is right here, and the funny thing is, it's all moving up. It's herking down, it moves up, jerks up, herks down, jerks up, herks down, jerks up, doesn't herk down, and jerks off into the above the 40 and 55 degree, and the 200-day goes bam, and it jerks right off of that line too. They're both, it's a double jerk. Folks, it is. I'm just saying it for what it is. Look at the picture. Herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, jerk, jerk, jerk. No herky anymore. Where's the herky on the 10-day? Uh-oh. That's a herky. That's a whole hell of a lot of herkiness right there, and a lot of jerking going on. All right, just saying, everybody. And this is why you're here on this channel, because I keep showing you these little things that should hopefully A, make you laugh, and B, build confidence. Period. It's as simple as that. But what I'm showing you, that's the truth. A lot of herking and jerking on that 10-day moving average, and they herked and jerked it all over here. Look at this freaking herking down, jerking up, herked it down, jerked it up, herked it down, jerked it up, herked it down, jerked it up, herked it down. The only difference is this is all sliding downward at a very slow pitch, by the way, very gradually and very well orchestrated. This is orchestration. manipulation, accumulation. Here's where they really accumulated right there. Look at the volume jump up from this slow stuff all through here where they man it down, where you can barely see the candlesticks. You see that? And then they came in there, bam, they hammered it down, boom, got it to the bottom. And then, uh-oh, she says, buy, better buy some Sofi. Better get yourself 100 shares before this thing flies. And shorties all be drinking their whiskey and rye and saying, why did I ever short Sofi? There it is right there, folks. There's the run up where it begins, and then it rides along my trend line here perfectly. It's just riding right up it. This is the new trend line, folks. This is the new trend. This is where the trend angle changed, and this is the line it's on now. There it is. Thing of beauty. Trend line used to be like this. Now the trend line is like that. There's your comparison. Thank you for being here. And if you like what you hear, hit the like button. I'm here to show you that something has changed. There's a lot changing. First of all, being 4 cents up at 4:36 in the afternoon, in case you didn't notice, that's very different. Very, very different. We don't see that ever with SoFi stock in the after hours. It's been 1 penny green for the longest time. For months, for 6 months, they used to do it every day. Then it started changing recently, and it started making moves up in the after hours, and it was going up 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents. Things have changed. Things are changing with this stock, and they're changing with this company. Things are changing, all right. This pitch line of the gradual procession up has changed to this angle, folks. That's what's changing, okay? You want to see an upside triangle, that's it. There's your triangle formation right there. Boom, 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 and upside, boom. And we're going up, and we're going to continue up this line. The 200-day has not deviated from the day that it dropped below there back in November and dropped down here. It never has looked back. That 200-day moving average is just excelling and now moving further to the upside to the north. No wonder this price is going up in the after hours now instead of dropping. Makes sense to me. Others can see these lines. Trust me, they can see them, and they're looking at them. Looking at this one right now, let's go see what it's doing in the after hours. It had a good day today. CELH, one of our members asked us about it, and I said, be cautious. But it made a new nice move after it broke over 86.13. BITF up in after hours. I expect to see it rise much more than that. There we go. Now we're starting to see it. CLSK still slightly down 13 in after hours. Soundhound gone up 2%. Nice. Making back some of its losses already. Good deal. That's about where I was buying it today. A little bit of it I got there. TNX. Look at a market that thing down. Folks, I'll tell you, we're going to get another buy opportunity. Someone asked me, where should we buy 10X again? I said 397, 399. It may never get there, but that's where my buy orders would be on it. GCT, just phenomenal again, still green. New a fraction down. GENI. Watching all these closely. "31 people on the channel with me right now. That's unusually high for this hour, but I want to try to just look at all these things in closely. And I want to see, we got a lot of people on this channel mentioning other stocks that we should be looking at. And so I'm just tracking them all. Look at that nice move on BKSY today. This is the double K call about 2.5 weeks ago, telling us about this when it was down. And he picked a good day for us to get in, and it's made some nice move. We're looking at it on the 1-year chart right here, year to date. You can see what's happened to it, man. It's a good opportunity, you might say, for the upside risk far outweighs the downside potential. There's the 1-year chart that I'm going to show you right now. We'll give you the 6-month. It looks good, folks. It would hit that dip right there, and off she goes. And, folks, this is stair-stepping up, up, up. Maybe we'll see a real nice run off of this. Could go back all the way up here into the 190 range. I like what I'm seeing there. It looks good. And I sure like what I'm seeing right there. That looks freaking awesome, people. 864 this early in the after hours. Shorts beware. Folks, this morning when I got up and looked, SoFi was at 906 a share in the pre-market. And I said, man, they're going to do the same thing. They're going to run this thing up this morning again and probably limit it at 913. So let's sell it again at 912. I didn't take advantage of it. There's one day last week I didn't do it, and they did it again. And I went, dang, I just missed it. So today I just said, I'm just going to do it again, damn it. And I did. Boom, 867 long. Okay. Ian Long says 867 long. Well, I sure am loving seeing where it is right here at 865 in the after hours after a total day of manipulation on 6 million more shares than we saw traded yesterday. Here is, and I always like to try to keep 3 channels open up here on SoFi. I always like to try to do that. Unfortunately, every one of these dang things wants to open to the chart. SoFi Technologies, here we are. Get back over on the main page, and then we can get where we want to. Let's run it across here to the top. Keep moving down the line, because we want SoFi nestled right in here to do the historical data on. There it is. 26.2, 34.6. I love it. Keep that upward pressure on them. Keep building the volume. Keep building it. Keep building it. See, because what this means is 8 million more shares were acquired by people wanted it today than on Friday, period. 8 million more shares were taken away from the shorts. From what they borrowed, 8 million went over to people that want to sell this when it gets to the 13s, the 25s. They've heard about the incentive that this company has to get the price up to $25 or $35 or $45. They've seen me show everybody that incentive and how much it means. Hundreds of millions of dollars could go into the pocket of Anthony Noto and the other guys up there in the top if they can just get the price to $25 a share and it holds it for 90 days. I'm telling you, hundreds of millions are on the line. If they get it to 35, more. If they get it to 45, even more. It becomes multiple hundreds of millions of dollars that go to Anthony Noto, and he already owns, with all the millions of shares he owns, 2.7 million shares. Just think if the price goes from here to 25, how much that guy will make, not just on his share count, but also his incentive bonuses. It's insane, folks. You got to be a part of this. You got to be a part of this. You got to understand the drive that's behind these people and the incentive, and the belief of the people that are in charge that they have a concept that's going to take over the world. And I think it's true. I think it is true. All other banks are going to join in this. They're going to see the benefits. They're going to see the time consumption. They're going to see lowered costs, and they're going to see increased revenues. And every bank will be a part of the SoFi, Galileo, Thesis. They'll all be part of it. And then for sure, SoFi will be in the top 10 banks, one of the top 10 banks. And everything that Anthony Noto's talked about will be true, and the price will be so outrageously high that we'll all look back and laugh at ourselves and how childish we were when the price was down in the 6s, the 7s, and the 8s. And it's not childish. There's nothing. We're very much adults. But I just mean, you know what I mean. We'll laugh. I'm telling you, I foresee a day in the future when we will look back and we'll all be laughing at how we looked at ourselves when we were so naive still and just didn't believe. But I kept believing, and you'll all go, man, Catfish, thank you for keeping us in this thing. All right. That's what I think you'll be saying to me. And the reason why is because I keep showing you all these crazy things like I pointed out today. Do you know, those of you that just got on here with me, that there's a connection between the guys at the top level of Motley Fool? You know, Motley Fool, they've been around for decades, people, decades and decades and decades. And one of the guys that's been with them for decades is this guy that wrote one of the last articles for the Motley Fool about our stock. And it says, these under the radar magnificent sevens alternatives can help you get rich. The author of this story, which talks all about SoFi and has it as one of his 5 top picks, has also been a member of the Motley Fool since 2006, a very long time, if I remember correctly, 2006. And he's been there right alongside another member that is not only does he own SoFi stock and believes in it and is recommending it, he is sitting alongside another board member, Zuckerberg, Randy Zuckerberg, the sister of Mark Zuckerberg. So my question is do you think there's any possibility that the Zuckerbergs, who have someone in the Motley Fool that's been there since 2006, is probably looked on as a senior, that would recommend SoFi, that the Zuckerbergs might be invested a little in there? Maybe possible. I think it's very possible, because obviously, if he's sitting at the top table with the panel of people running the show for Motley Fool, alongside her, she's heard what he's saying and what he's suggesting they put out there about SoFi, and she's there and she agrees because she probably owns some of it too, and he said, and her brother does too, most likely, Mark Zuckerberg, because he's a pretty smart guy. Now, I got to be careful about what I say. This is all hypothetical, sheerly based on the coincidence of the two of them, the Zuckerbergs, being related with the guy who authored that story about SoFi. Does that make sense? There you go. So this is one of the reasons I elaborate on such things like this that other people might miss. But these all, it's the people you know, people. It's the people you keep your company with. And these are very prominent, high society changing, who have had a lot of control over the direction that everything has moved forward technically and electronically, and involving the web, and folks, we're talking about multi millionaires, and we're talking about them associating together, and they're talking about SoFi, okay, as one of the top 5 stocks that they decided to write a story about 4 days ago. Okay, the guy who wrote the story, it says right there, I looked into it and you can click on it yourself. The details about the author is that he's been with this company a very long time and that he owns shares of this stock, SoFi. And I have a feeling his buddies do too, that are there at the board with them, which is Randy Zuckerberg, the sister of Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not saying Mark Zuckerberg's sitting on the board. He's not. His sister is. That's enough, I think, to have a little influence. Okay, I'm just sharing that with you in case you didn't know. The author of this great story right here about SoFi is in SoFi, invested in it, has a vested interest, and is the author of the story. So obviously it talks about proponents of the good parts of it and the great direction they're headed and their successes. And this is no hit article by any means. And it's been written by a person who sits at his table with the Zuckerberg. All right, so there you go. I just throw it out there. There, you learned something hopefully today. Good enough to hit the like button. If you liked what I just shared with you and you didn't know that, please hit the like button. Some other people didn't know something that happens when we move over to the S&P 500, and I suggest this, and you can look into it, that once SoFi does have, and if it does, I should say if, I can't guarantee, but if SoFi does achieve quarterly revenue growth for the next 5 quarters, there's already talk of them moving over to this S&P 500, which is logical and would be expected. And when they do, all members of the S&P 500 currently will be buying SoFi stock on that day, because it's what they do. If they moved from here over to the Russell, they got bought by the Russell indexes. They all own a piece of SoFi once they came in, because when they make the step up to the S&P, folks, they've achieved a level to where these investors are smart enough to realize if they've gotten from here, if they've gotten from here to here to here, and on their way to the Dow, maybe, that maybe they should buy some of it because it would make sense. And in the process of them coming into the S&P, they increase their value of it by buying in case you didn't know this, I'm just letting you know that this could be another thing that would propel SoFi's price up drastically. And I've seen it happen before. to other stocks that I've owned in the past when they moved over into a higher rated index. One of them was, I think it was Workhorse that moved over the Russell, or one of those vehicle things, Mullen or Workhorse or something. I don't know, reached over into the, and when it made the announcement and moved over, man, that thing just went completely off. I was like, holy crap. Well, there's a lot of other institutions that had to buy shares of the stock when it made it into that. And here you'll have 500 of the most wealthy money management, whatever, S&P 500 buying into SoFi stock when we move over there, if we do. And the likelihood is that we will, if we just keep staying on target, which most likely will happen because Anthony Noto knows how to under promise and over deliver. Look at this thing hovering. Now, they worked so hard, and I would love to see how much money they morons spent in the last minute of the day. You can see one massive candlestick right there, I can tell you that much. Let's go take a look at that in 1 minute, what they did at the last minute of the day today. Hold on a second. We will take a look at it. Just give me a moment. Show me the candlesticks, please, and show me the volume at the bottom. Huh. What's going on? I'm in 1 minute intervals here. Where'd my volume numbers go? Well, I'm not sure which one I want here. Let's just try green or red. Nope. Well, interesting. I'm on the 1 day chart. I got nothing down here to show me volumes. Well, in the last minute, I can see 455.34. There we go. And 225,000. That's nothing. 215. Folks, this is very little. I mean, they did use 600,000, so that's basically $5 million that you used in the last few minutes to try to run it down and splash the close. But that sure failed for them when the price was at 860 to get it down to there. That's an expensive lesson for them there. Look at that thing already at 863 when they took it from 860 and spent that many $1 million to make it fall and close at 858. And that's catastrophe for them. Look at this thing at 8. Look at it up 6 cents now at 864 and after hours. Jeez, people. Yes. I'm sharing a cold beer with you. Thank you for being here. I had a signal breakup on me halfway through the day today and lost signal. I unplugged everything by mistake, trying to move my laptop forward, and it was stuck on a cord here and yanked my cord out of the wall on me, and I lost. I had a lot more viewers today. I had about 700 earlier, 600 when it got cut off, and so we started over. So thank you for all the likes today. I appreciate it, and the views. That'll add to my view count. Might not be a bad idea to do it every single dang day. I guess I don't know. Just cut it off at lunchtime every day and come back on and do another one with a new picture. I'm going to have a nice picture for you tomorrow, folks. You're going to like my SoFi picture tomorrow. Train, take me on out of this town. There's a little hint for you. Train, Lord, take me on out of this town. Oh, that woman I'm in love with. Oh, she's Memphis bound. I'm leaving here. I'm just a raggedy hobo. Yeah, I'm leaving here. I'm just a raggedy hobo. Oh, that woman I'm in love with. Oh, she gotta go. You might know who I'm talking about there if you're old. Singing that song. Looking at this price of Sofi in the after hours puts a big old freaking smile on my face because I've virtually never seen this ever. And you should all be pleased as pudding too. And part of it has to do with the manipulation that got it where it was to the close anyway. We're watching all these other stocks. Look at BITF. Yes, baby. Oh! Wait till you see where this sucker goes so surprisingly tomorrow. Wait till you see what happens with that. Wait till you see where she'll be at. Coinbase, please. Switch to tab. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at this thing. The 1 hour chart. Let's take it to heart. Look at this thing maxing out near the top. Oh my goodness gracious, folks. Is it ever going to stop? Yeah. Let me, I got a long delay, so I'm going to refresh this page so I don't have such a massive delay. I'm going to refresh it right now. We've had a long duration of watching today. People have been watching this a long time. Get back over here to Sofi. Run it on up, run it on up, run it on up, run it on up. Oh, yeah. Fly like a Sofi till I'm free. Fly like a Sofi. 8.66 and we'll see. I'm gonna fly like a Sofi till I'm free. Oh, Sofi Solutions. We're here through the evening hour, pressing forward with our Sofi data and information that we've collected for literally years now, it seems. We have spanned all through these price ranges of buys. The history will show a record of how we plowed the field, folks. Look at these buys. Look at them, all of them there at 762s through 764s. Every wall they tried to create, we barged through it. Look at those buys. That's nothing, folks. There were many others. Many, many, many. And folks, they're down below these numbers where we are right now. They are. That's all I care about. Look at all those down there in the 830s. There's some over. I'll admit it. Look at that. There's some even at $9. But hell, I sold it at 10.13, so I wouldn't buy them back there. All these days, day by day, day by day, day by day, day by day. Oh dear Lord, how we did pay day by day to see this more clearly. Look at all those bought, there you see. But now hope you'd all agree that shorts all paid on me on that day. Shorts all paid me on that day. And all these I bought day by day in the sevens. Look at that, how many times the price was going up and went all the way up to $7.91 and they pulled it down. And then I filled them again and they pulled it down and I filled them again. And that's in the 790s, folks. Yes! That's why you're here on this channel, folks, because you know. Look at all these I got over here on this side of the page at the 760s. 760, 757. The lowest I got it that day was 756 right there. Nope, 757. And then it started going up, and man, I followed it by 2 cents right up to here. They bought it back down to here, right up to here, bought it back down to here, right up to here, bought it back down only that low. Right, and I knew it was getting out of their hands when it was only dropping that much. And then I just kept buying it, see, and every time it only dropped. And these last ones never filled those last ones never filled those dots, never. Then on up to the next level, boom. 760s, 770s, 780s, 790s, all up into the 780s and 790s. Look at those. Just kept buying them, folks. Kept on buying them. Just like I did today. Just like I did today. Just kept buying them. When they get it to the low, that's what we do. As we look at it up 5 cents in the after hours, insane. Hard to comp. Actually, a little bit difficult to wrap your head around when you've always seen it so low every afternoon. And this is a head turner, folks. I'm telling you, there's a lot of head turners on this stock right now. There's a lot of them, folks. Not just a few, a lot. And we got people coming on here all during the day, breaking great news as it goes higher. Now, we didn't have that many people come over here today, but the ones that did watched me buy this dang thing at the low of the day. That's for sure, at $8.57 a share, and $8.58 and $8.59. All those orders I had in there. People said it could go to $8.51. I said, don't wait. Then I would go ahead and get some here market share. I think it's going to turn and won't go back. It won't go back down. I hope I'm right. It sure looks good this afternoon, showing that kind of an indicator. Right? That's for damn sure. This looks very unusual, and I love it. That's all I'll say. Looks very unusual, and I love it. Looking across the tops of all these in the after hours now, we just like to make sure we keep track of all these. Look at BITF. I told you, people. Look at that thing back, gaining from those lows we bought in today. Jeez, oh, Pete's nice move, everyone. 266, 265, 264s, right? All the way down to as low as 257. We were buying, folks. BITF. Golly. Well, 258 anyway, 259. I know that. Man. And Sofi buying at the low there, and she just bounces as soon as the doggone clock ends. Boom. She's up freaking 4 cents right after the closing. I was like, what's going on here with Sofi? I actually scrolled down to see if they had a news story break, because I've never seen it up 4 cents 3 seconds after the market closed. That's an indicator, folks. It's called action, market makers. They forced a splash close that nobody's falling for. I just say it. They forced a splash close that nobody's fooled by. That's the bottom line. No one's fooled here. Nobody's fooled. They've all been schooled. And the longs are so cruel to the shorts. I can't wait to see what's our friend Hurricane Lopez doing, man. Is he on here yet? Let's get on over here and find him on here. Doggone it. Where is he? I can't wait to hear him show us how many shares are being shorted right now. Folks, we're going to jump over to him this evening if he comes on, and he'll tell us, because he keeps track of that. I like to leave that his department. And maybe he'll even sing a song for us of his rock opera. I want to say to each and every one of you who've come here today that you're not the first group, that we had another big group, and I lost power today by pulling my plug out of the wall below me by mistake. And here we go. 16 hours ago, Hurricane. Come on, man. Oh, look, he's up now. Or at least he's on here. I don't know that he's streaming now, but he is on. He's working it. Let's go to his live feed right here. I almost forgot. No. What's he doing, man? It looked like he was up and running. Anyway. Dadgummit. Don't see him yet. But I'll be looking for him. I'll be looking for him for sure. Sofi continues to run in after hours unexpectedly for no known reason, up 6 cents immediately after the market closed. And everybody stood in awe and wonder, going, why? Well, it's called market manipulation. And it's called true sentiment, market sentiment. No one is afraid to buy here at 864 when there seems to be so much around $8 that there was resistance earlier. And now we're having people not even debating it. They're just buying it at 864 a share. And they're going to continue to buy it even higher than this as time goes forward because they're all going to start reading all that's breaking out. They're all going to see them more and more, gathering more and more customers, more and more revenue, more and more Galileo contracts, more and more up and up and up, just like the chart has been doing for the last 3 months steadily. No doubt about it. Looking at this 1 month chart, there's no question that the 200-day moving average for the longest time was there and now is here, jerking off I'm sorry, it's jerked its way off this trending line. I'll just say that, okay? All right, everybody. Hey, you're here with me for certain reasons. Amelia Aguirre, the blue dot just means their content you've yet to watch. Okay. Well, see, you learn something new every day in this world. I don't know what would be left to watch. I've watched a lot of his content, and I watched him last night talking about this one. He was talking about Galaxy or something it was called. And folks, that thing made a big move today. This one here, JAGX. This is what Hurricane Lopez was talking about last night. And I have a feeling this will be what he talks about a lot this evening. I don't think he's that concerned if he was bought into this stock, which I know he was. And I know he owned it for, I think, a lot less, he told me. And it made a nice move today. And I think he should be very content, and he'll be talking about it today more than he will SoFi. I'm just going to say that. But anyway, good call there. Hurricane Lopez, otherwise known as Danny Deals. On YouTube, I recommend him highly. Now we're looking at 863 a share, just hovering here, 6 and 7 cents over the, it's going to be where we're going to keep going up, folks. Why? Well, because news like this only perpetuates the price to go higher. Galileo expanding collaboration with the bank core. And nice that they were able to actually disclose who they did this with this time and not keep it a big secret like the top 5 bank we just got to deal with. Didn't he say he lost his shares on it? I don't know. I came in a little bit late on what he had going on. I didn't catch him early. I saw him a little bit later on, and I dropped in on him there near the end. He was talking about that other stock. Maybe he did. Oh, that would be bad. I don't know. I feel sad. I said, boy, he'll be really going off if he did. I don't know if I want to tune into him this evening or not, Katie. But I want you all to know that I'm very glad that you were hitting that like button for me. We had on this second part that we put up today, 510 views. And that's awesome, folks. That's absolutely awesome. On my channel today, earlier, if I go over to view my channel, I'll see that I had on the previous posting this morning that got cut off when I got unplugged, I had 569 views, folks, this morning. And now I'm going to show another 510 views. And anytime we're over 1,000 views in one day is good. And all the likes we'll have because we had the streaming of 3 hours and 16 minutes earlier today. And this is part 2 of that going on right now. Part 2. It says there, SoFi breaking news and making headlines, part 2. Well, they are making headlines, folks, every single day. Every single day. It's one thing I love about this company. They keep themselves in the headlines, folks. They keep themselves in the public eye. They find ways to do it, and they do it over and over and over and over. You got to love that about this company, folks. My beer is nearly gone, and so there too shall I be. We don't see Brew Tank outdoors with us here. I thought he might come into the tank here late with me as we watch SoFi continue to be very, very resistant to downward pressure. I'd say at this point in the game. And the truth of that is to see how high those buy orders were in right after the market closed. That was to me, like I said, I'm starting to see a lot of little quirky things that I haven't noticed about this stock in the past. I'm starting to see them more and more now. BITF, where are we now? Take it. I'll take that any day of the week. Man, I was encouraging you guys to buy some BITF with me today. I know some of you did. Somebody asked me about this stock today, OCEA. I said, step away. See if I was right. Oh, yeah, I was right. Well, actually, it did continue to go up from earlier, but man, look at that pullback now to 377. Holy smokes, look at that. Yeah, I'm glad. See, I told you, folks, these things, the downside risk far outweighs the upside potential. That's what I said this afternoon when the price was here, right around where it is now, as a matter of fact. So there's the deal on that one. We'll watch it in the morning. But what we're going to watch is this chart right here, and we're all going to sleep very well tonight. You can clearly see the direction this stock is going in. You can see that 10-day moving average herky, jerky, herky, jerky, herky, barely jerked. Okay? These are big jerk moves down, herking up. And I was saying earlier, herking it down and jerking it back up, and then herking it down and jerking it up and herking it down, jerking it up. And then this hurt. There's nothing there, folks. That right there was from 844 down to a price of 819. And we didn't see that this time. No sirree. Nah. We didn't see that, did we? We didn't see that. And we're not seeing what we usually see in after hours now anymore. We've never seen this. We've never seen it. So think of all the never seens before that I've pointed out to you in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. We've never seen as many institutions come in on this stock and add to their positions to average down when it was run down to 778. And that's far away from the lowest it's ever been. It's been down to 445. It's been down to 666. It's been down to 777, 778 2 weeks ago. It's been far lower, and yet they had never come in that quantity until it got to that 778 just now. And then we saw them really come in. And we've never seen that before. So that's one of the never seens that I'm accentuating right now. Two of the never seens is we've never seen institutional ownership of this type that are coming in today coming in. Okay. Not only the numbers of them, but the type of institutions that are coming in: the pension funds, the school funds, the insurance funds, the state tax funds, these equity funds, and all of these other different types of entities rather than hedge funds now. We've got a different ilk coming in. I tell you. Katie Winsor said she picked up 400 shares of BITF. I watch it for a few days. Very good. Well, their earnings call is tomorrow, day after tomorrow, March the 6th. All right. BITF earnings call are March the 6th. And I think somebody already knew something today, to be honest with you. I think they already have a clue of what's going on. I think they've got a hunch. And therefore a 10.23% reduction. And I bought it. I bought it big time today. You guys saw me coming in buying 50 shares at a time many, many times today. BITF, and I was buying it even for higher prices than we are right now, that's for sure. But I bought a lot of it at 260. I bought a lot of it at 263, 263.40, 263.50, 263.45. I knew we were there, man. I knew that was the bottom. I just had that feeling, that gut feeling about it. 50 share orders at a time, a lot of them. 100 at 265. Good. But I bought higher. I got it at 279. I was buying at 272. So we're about to break over that here in the after hours. And the most I got it for today was 283. 283. That's the highest I paid for it today. That's not true. Looks coming over here now. I don't know whether those were today or not. I know these were. I know they were. But that's okay. Day's range was 302 today. Oh my gosh. And when they ran it down to 288, that's when I started in 288, 287. I was nibbling, as you know. I always do. I just nibble. But when it got down to the bottom, I started in a lot. I was just like one after the other ordering them then. Because you just feel it. It just wasn't moving any lower. Period. It's like Sofi today. Man, they got to that low this afternoon and it just wasn't going to move any lower. And as soon as the market closed, you could see it's not moving any lower. Everybody that I told I would be careful about waiting for it at 8:51. Tomorrow we may see that in the morning early, because I can tell you one thing, they want to get the low tomorrow down to 8:56 no matter what. Might as well just, no matter what the price is in the pre-market, if it's $9 and goes to 9.13, sell it, folks. Get the picture. High today, 9.13. There it was. Right out the gate, folks. There it was, right there. Start of the day, 9.13. It was in the pre-market, actually. Some of it, I believe. I don't know. I just know I had it sold at 9.12, like I always do. I just had my order there automatically to sell some there because I know what they're going to do from that number. I didn't know they'd be have as much success as they did today from that number. They sure went in heavy. I can't wait to find out how many shares they borrowed today. Where do you see where BITF is? We keep monitoring this Bitcoin's price. Gosh dang, man, this doggone blue gas meter is nearly off the right side of the screen now. It's nearly off the screen. Golly, man, that thing looks good. That's a 4-hour chart right there. Smokes. Hold on a minute, folks. I'm going to let this dog out. I'll be right back. Well, be prepared for the daily routine, everybody. Here we go. I want to thank you for being here with me throughout the day today. All of the that showed support and being here. I'm talking about all the little things I'm seeing that seem different about this stock now, and there are very many of them, very many, including seeing this thing this much green in the after hours. Even though I just haven't, I'm just not used to it, and I'm very pleased to see it, and I'm not surprised by it. I'm just glad, I'm happy for all of you, because that means very high likelihood of a gap up tomorrow is what that means. I've seen it before, folks. I think that was wise, Katie. I think that was wise, Katie. I think we're going to see BITF far beyond where it is now after its earnings call. Question is, do we hold through it or not? And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Katie, I'm just going to tell you flat out, tomorrow I expect them to run this thing up in the morning, and it's going to take off like a rocket ship, and I think they're going to have a lot of momentum behind it, and I'm going to sell it whatever high it gets to. I'm going to sell it, just like I did with Sound, because I don't care. I'm going to make a lot of money, and I'm going to walk away from it until after the earnings call. And what I think will happen, Katie, is after the earnings call, I think it's going to, no matter if they beat with earnings or not, it's going to drop on the news as soon as it comes out, because when they find out that they were unexpected earnings were above, they want in and they'll sell it down on the news. They'll start selling it down. They'll give a false sense of the price falling right away. That's what they did the other night on Nvidia. That's when I bought it. 7% down. I bought it that night. And then the next day, it freaking took off. So, and even that night, it did. It did. I made a very good percent gain, 6 or 7 or 8% that night I made, because I was watching it, and it was Danny Dimes that came on the channel and said to me, "Hey, Catfish, go look at it's down. The earnings were good. They beat expectation. But look at how far it's down. Why is it dropping?" I went, "Shit, because they're buying in. They want to manipulate it. I'm buying it." So I started buying it right then. And man, was that a good call. So even on BITF, we sell it tomorrow when they run this thing up. Look at it. It's already up 3% from where we bought in. If you don't mind my asking, Katie, what was the price that you got in? And if you don't want to say, that's fine too. I don't care. I mean, the dang thing was all the way up here at 298, when it dropped, it was all the way up here at 302. And I don't know, you might have thought after a 302, it was good buy at 297 and it might take off. I don't know what you did, but I can tell you one thing. Tomorrow, I expect to see this thing go very nicely higher, and I expect to take advantage of that and sell it when it hits the high at 9:45 in the morning. 263, good. That's very good. Looking at Bitcoin now, it just looks like it's just ready to go to 80,000 next. I'll tell you too, if we see this bounce here once, it's already bounced once right here at this number, and there it is again. If that thing comes to the upside from right here, this thing's going to go on off. Now, seeing it drop there, that's okay. We've seen that number right there. We don't want to see it eclipse that down there. All right, that number right down here, we don't want to see it go below right there. 67,444, let's say. All right, and we're looking at it right now. We're watching it. There it goes. Now 67,404. So in fact, now we're looking for these support levels here. We've seen that twice already too, right there, twice. Let's see if it bounces right there. This is for everybody that owns some BITF right here. BITF. We really would like to see this thing springboard off that number right there. 67,404.24. Regardless, the thing is up 7% today. Bitcoin would normally be up 14% on a day like this. Today was accumulation. Today was buying in. They wanted in, and they got in where they got in into the day. And look at it now. Look at it in after hours. That's your first indicator, folks. That's your very first indicator where it is now in after hours already, up 3%. Somebody asking me, do you think Bitcoin, do I think SoFi will be back over? Man, that looks good. Did that thing just jump up to there right then? Or is that, am I looking at the, wow. Good. It's bounced off the 404 right then. This is good. If we see a bounce off this, this will be good for us on BITF right here. It certainly went sideways, which is good. That's better than nothing right now. Slightly up is good. Anyway, yes, this looks very good. Came off the 404 and now it's at 411. We sure want to see that for sure. Come off of this line right here. We want to come off this line here. 67,343 was there, but this line here was even higher right here. 67,403, 404, right there. And there she popped off of it, and she said 67,411 now. I'd love to see this thing make a move up to about right here right now, 67,525. Let's just see what it does. Get back over to SoFi. Actually, tell you what I'll do. I'll move this thing over here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to step into institutional land and see what the institutions have been doing today, if anything. So we come down here. I got a hell of a lot of windows open here. And we move across the screen over to here, pull this institutional ownership over here. And you got to love this, folks. You just got to love it. SoFi institutions now at 798. Watch this thing jump over 40% over here. Come on. Drum roll, 3981 at 798 institutions long after we had dropped to 790 yesterday, or day before. Wow. Oh, we got an advertisement. Want to try to sneak on down here, so we're going to skip the ad. There we go. Back over to SoFi, going up in after hours. Saw it at one time already reach 865 in the after hours. Unheard of to see a 7-cent gain in the after hours on this stock. And I mean that. I've been tracking this thing for over a year, and I've never seen or witnessed a 7-cent gain in the first hour after the close. Okay. So I expect to see it go higher, especially once we get to 6:30 and 7 o'clock and 7:30. I definitely expect to see SoFi go higher, everyone. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Let's just put it that way. Because right now, SoFi just seems to be full of surprises. Oh, yeah, there we go. 67,494. There's a nice move off that line right there. The same line of resistance as it was before on the move up has now become the line of resistance on the move down. Very, very nice. And you can see it did the same thing as it came up here and it got herked down. It jerked up and it went sideways a fraction. There's your herk down. There's your jerk up sideways a fraction. Boom. And we see the same thing right here now, 67,503. Very good. Oh, baby, just run all the way up past this 67.9 right now. Just go right on off this thing and blow this freaking Bit Farm stock right through the roof. Look at that thing up 3%. Here you go. All right, Katie, you just told me you're in at 263. Okay. Well, 2.63 times 20%. That would be 315. So why not put in a sell order at 312? Okay. 20% gain. Put a sell order in tomorrow morning at 312. Should have one there already anyway, to be honest with you, because I tell people to do these things. But I do believe Sofi could easily spike back over $9 tomorrow. I think it's a very good likelihood that, especially with what we're seeing happening here in after hours, I think there's a very good likelihood that it will go over $9 tomorrow. And I think that those that got out today knew that. And I think what's happening, they're starting to catch on that you just had 8 institutions buy on Friday when the price was lower, much higher low than today's low. And if you had 8 institutions come in then, how many probably came in today, you might guess or wonder? All right. Yeah, I think it could definitely go that high tomorrow, especially with what I'm seeing going on right now with Bitcoin here in the afternoon, evening, man. This looks very, very strong to me. This chart looks very strong and propelling. This has been, I'm looking back here at these numbers, and I saw right there that that number achieved and then ran up to there, and I saw that number achieved again there, and I saw it achieved there, and I saw it achieved there, and then it becomes resistance here when everywhere before it was resistance to the upside, resistance to the upside, resistance, and then all of a sudden it becomes resistance to the downside. That's good. When it's numbers of all of these highs here going higher, 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 and the resistance hitting at that number now that many times, and then it becomes resistance to the bottom. Well, that's a good thing. When you see that number right there was resistance to the move up, and they pulled it back before it launched, and then you see that these two levels here were resistance before the drop and then the pop. That looks good to me. Now I see that number becoming resistance on the drop. I like that. All right. When I see that, I like that. Okay. It held up very good there. Granted, these little two little highs were higher than this drop was, but this pop off of that drop was very nice to see. And if it continues, we'll see if it will or not. We're now at 67,416. The number we want to see us hold over is 67,404. That's the number we want to see? And we love seeing this SoFi at 863 now, up 5 cents. And I told you it's going to probably go higher here into the evening. 6 million more shares today. We took out of their hands. Look at it that way, folks. 6 million more shares than yesterday were taken that were borrowed today and went over to longs. That's what you got to look at it. Look at the historical data, and it's very clear that yesterday the volume was only 26,200,000, and today it was 34 million. So that's 12. You're talking about from 26 to 34, right? 8 million more shares, 8,479,000 to be exact, almost 8,479,028 higher. See that? That's a lot, folks. 8 million borrowed shares out of the 13 million or 14 or 15 million they borrowed today went over to the hands of people that expect the price to go over 10 and 11 and 12 and 13. That's a lot. And them to work so hard at the splash to make the price go down from 860 to 858, and it's at 863 2 seconds after the clock hit 4 p.m. That's right. I refreshed the page and the thing said 862 or 63, literally 2 seconds after the market had closed, up 5 cents. I went, wow. And then I'd come down here to see what, if any news broke out, because I've just never seen that before. Just saying it. No, I'll tell you why, because I've just seen too many times BITF get manipulated down from the opens. And you can go back over the, Katie, you can go back over this. You can see every day, this was the open, it was manipulated right down. The next day, this was the open, run up and manipulated down. Sure, it went a little bit higher, but it didn't matter. It still was yanked way down here. So if you sold it here, you should be happy, okay? Then the next day, here it is. It opens way up here, and it ran up, and then wham, right out of the gate, down. Friday, they ran it up early and then down. Just take it on the run up in the morning. Your chances 9 times out of 10, even if they run it up high in the pre-market, sell it there. All right, that's what I'm going to tell you to do. I could be completely wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And what can you lose by selling it in the pre-market at 312 or 297 even? What can you lose? Nothing. Not if you bought at 261, you sure can't. You're going to make a minimum of 12% gain and maybe as high as 20. It's true. See, I like propositions where I can't lose but can only win. I like myself being stuck in that position where there's no way to lose money but only win it. And one of those is to sell this stock tomorrow. If you bought at 261, sell 1/10 of it at 287. Sell 1/5 of it at 266. Just sell some of it at 266, 277, 287. Sell a quarter of your position at 287 from 261. Sell more of it 298, another quarter. Sell it at 312, half the other half, and you're done. Just be out at 312. And then just wait and see what happens. Same thing goes all the way to 349 that day. I was wrong, but I tell you, I don't think I'm going to be wrong. I've seen this BITF gets massacred down right after I'm open in the morning. I've been watching it a long time. Very, very, very long time I've been trading this stock. I'll tell you, a long, long, long time I've traded this stock and made a lot of money off morning early run-ups and then buying it back when they slam it down at 10:30 or even later, sometimes 2 in the afternoon. They'll just stay after it. Like today, they didn't let up. They didn't let up today. They just stayed after it all damn day. The only time it was any lower was right here at 2:30 in the afternoon when it got down to that 257. And then they went after it again at the close. They really tried hard today to dissuade people from being in here. But they came in anyway. As soon as that freaking clock rang, they're in already, up 3% this afternoon in the after hours. Same thing with SoFi, folks. Don't be surprised to see it rising. Keep rising. Volume was good today. Back up to press into that 40 million level. That hurts them. Volume was good today. 34,679. I'll take it. That's sure better than 29 million and then down to 26. I love that, seeing that 8 million more shares today. Just been, like I said, 8 million shares that they borrowed and tried to sell the price down with. They got bought up by someone who thinks it's going much higher, including me and many of you here. There she bounced right off of that. And it made a very big move from there that time, all the way up to 67,483. Oh, that was very good. Very good. A $50 move to the upside. And now we'll see if she'll tackle that next hill we got to get to, which is right there. We'd love to see this thing go over 67,576 right now. 67,576. And if we see a move right now to that number, this thing's off to the races. Okay? 67,576. I got you, DB. I bought some BITF late at 271 due to work. I got you. Well, you did good. You're all right. You're fine. You can see where it is in the after hours. She's doing fine. And she's going to keep rising. I'm going to sell some of this at 298. I'm going to sell some of it at 312. I'm going to sell some of it at 320. Some of it at 330. I'm going to sell some at 343 and sell them at 348 possibly tomorrow morning. Might even go to 355 where I'll have an order. I got a lot of shares of this, believe me. I got my orders all the way up to the fours, mid fours. Should have it even higher than that. We got Sofi Hound in the background joining the scene. Willis, the Sofi Proclamator. Looking at everything looking good here today. And the Russell, look at that. They barely made it red at the very last second of the day. Everything else red, and then the Russell. Somebody was out to dissuade people this afternoon, weren't they? Somebody was trying to burst everyone's little Monday afternoon bubble of greenness. Trying to make everybody's green bubble red at the end of the day. But that's not holding up for Sofi. Nope. That thing is as green as it can be right now. Looking beautiful in the after hours. Let's just see what happens here. We'll know a lot by what happens here. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, that's very good. Oh, that looks very good now. We need to come off this line right here. This is number 688. We got to watch. 67688. And if she goes past that, she's Pete's people. We're going to start a new gas cage. She's going to have to start over. Look at this thing, folks. 67,792 now. Holy smokes, just smoked that number I just said. Forget about that 67,788. This looks gorgeous, people. Watch BITF. Watch it. Watch it. Watch it move. Oh, it sure should. Look at this, folks. 67,792. Folks, look at this thing. It's about to max out. There's a little pullback. And when you know they try to come to 67,466 with it. Oh my God, 67,784 now. This thing could easily bound up over the 67911 and go over 68, folks. It crossed the 66 mark and it's already at 677. Jeez. Oh my gosh, watch this thing. The next number will probably be 67, 813 or 831. Let's see if I can call it. 67, 813, 831, 840, 885. Gosh dang, people. Wow. I am sorry for being so loud. I know I blow out this mic even when I'm not even close to it sometimes, but Jiminy Christmas, folks. 67,885. She's coming off the charts, folks. She's coming off the radar. She's going to max out the gas gauge right now, going for a new record high. We're only 20 something away. 95. We're 26 away right now from a new record high. 26 over the last 24 hours, folks. Come on, baby. You wouldn't be a surprise to see it at 67,888, that's for sure. And then they come back to 835. Wow. Holy smokes. Oh yeah, I'm watching this thing. Oh, come on. Oh, did I just lose my signal, folks? I think I just lost my internet again. Doggone it. And see how they try to build that in the 467, 466. 67, 852, right back up. Oh my gosh, folks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Smash through that 67, 911, and it can easily do that here. Easily do that. It can instantly do that right now, folks, within a second. Any second now can break to a new high through the 24-hour price range. Come on, smash that thing. Go to 68. 68 plus right here, folks. 68 plus. Witnessing history right now, folks, too, with me here. If it does it, this will be very good for us. 67, 890, 488. Oh my gosh, we're right there, folks. We're right there. Literally 15 cents away, and there we are again, an 88 number. Smash it. Oh my gosh. 67, 890, 488. Break over that. Break over that 68. Come on, baby. BITF will go right on off with this if we can get through 68 right here. This would be phenomenal, folks. Not surprised to see him try to stop it at the 8-8, though, that's for sure. 89488. We're going to find out in a second, folks. Come on, baby, over 68. Bust it over and make this gas gauge explode. Oh my God. Look at that, folks. 67, 944, 19 just became the new high right there. We're fully maxed out. Awesome. We're maxed out. on the 24-hour price. It just became the high of the 24-hour right there, 67,944.19. All right. Let's hear it, man. 68 doesn't need to be an obstacle for us either. Let's go on by that, push over it now. Everyone sees the new high's just been achieved. She's going over 68. You better get in now. Let's just say we do that. Probably see it stop at 67,998. That was where I would sell it, 67,998 if I had it right here. But let's see where it moves to right now. 67,859. Okay. All right. 858. 67,858.09. Still brand new high there. 67,944.36 for the 24-hour is beautiful, folks. BITF should have a very good day. Looking good there. Sofi looking good. Looking good in the Sofi neighborhood, folks. 4 cents up in after hours, and there's nothing the shorts can do. Helpless here. Hopeless. A lost cause. Look at that big candlestick there at the end of the day right there today at 350 to make the price drop from 865 all the way down here. And what was to the reward? It hit 865 in the after hours. 30 minutes after the market closed, it was at 865. Even with that massive sell order that was thrown out there to drive it down from 865. And I want to see that one. There it is. Folks, do you see that? Do you see that? This candlestick that made the price drop from 865 over here to 862 was 168,000 shares. Do you see that? But when the price dropped all the way down here to 859 and 858, that green candlestick was 13.9 million shares. Do you see that? No wonder the price is at 862 in the after hours. Holy crap. I haven't seen a buy like that in a very long time. Usually in the last 10 minutes, we're seeing the most 3 million shares being, or something like 1.2 million I've seen a couple times. Look at that buy right there at 3:50 p.m., folks, of 13.9 million shares. In the next second, 161,000. And before that, driving it down, 347,000 shares. Look at that accumulation of 13.9 million shares. Dang. Somebody wanted it there, along with Catfish on the low of the day. Somebody sure as hell came in. That's a big candlestick, folks. That's why I wanted to look at that, because I went here and I saw that. And I was like, oh my God, what's going on here, man? I saw that on that chart right there. And what the heck was that? Well, that's a freaking buy-in, people. A massive buy-in. Nice. I love seeing that, man. I'm just going to flat out tell you, I love seeing that right there on that chart that I just showed you. That's awesome. They try to run that thing down, and somebody comes in and buys 13 million shares right out of the SoFi tree. Boom. Bye. Bye-bye. Those shares are gone. They went to an institution. They did not go to a hedge fund, I don't believe. I'm pretty sure they went to the kind of institutions we've been seeing lately. Vanguard, BlackRock, Kathy Wood, all of these equity funds, state funds, insurance funds. Man, folks, I'm telling you, that is a massive buy-in, and they must have crapped their pants when they saw that at 857 a share when they're trying to get it back down to the fours and fives and sixes. Jeez. See what happens when you open the door for these big hedge funds? I mean, these big institutions. You get it too low, and they steal away 13 million shares. All right, you got it. You got it, DB. I'm glad I could help, and thank you for your help on this channel. I appreciate it. And I hope I'm completely right about tomorrow. Put your orders in now. You can do them now. Good till canceled at those numbers I just gave you. And I think you'll do very fine tomorrow. I think you'll make money tomorrow. I think you'll definitely make money. And sitting here watching this Bitcoin price just going higher and higher, just beating the 24-hour number just then at 68,940 something, 67,944. Folks, that's phenomenal. That's awesome. The price of Bitcoin was 18,000 a year ago. Oh, BITF. And man, oh man. You know what's interesting? If you go back here to the BITF chart and you go here to the historical data and you go back when Bitcoin was priced so freaking low, and I'm talking about a long time ago here, we're going to run all this back. Look where the price was on this stock. Even all the way back, you're talking 70 cents a share in March of last year. Okay. So a year ago, you were at 80 and 70 cents a share on BITF a year ago. Just want you to see that. And by the way, if you come over here and want to take a look at some other information on this stock, just in case you're interested, you can come over here and you can take a look at this. This is their summary page. And what you're going to find out when you scroll over here is you're going to see their revenue and earnings over here. I'm going to show them to you right down here on the right. Hopefully we'll get to look at them in a second after this thing gets done refreshing all the way. There we are. You can see here, they have missed the street here and they missed the street here by 3 cents. Okay. That ain't bad. But they're making money, folks, and they're adding to their value. You'll see. Hold on. They just refreshed the page on me again, sons of guns. There we go. 3 strong buys for analysts covering. 3 strong buys. But see, this is a big expenditure for all of the machines that they've just acquired. But guess what's going to probably happen now with their revenue, with all that increased uh, processing ability now, okay? All right, just keep that in mind. It does mining cryptocurrency in Canada, the United States, Paraguay, and Argentina. Anyway, there you go, folks. This is what they do. This is why they make money, because they were at 70 cents and now they're at 269. And as I watch Sofi this afternoon, I'm just sort of keeping an eye on it to see if it's going to take off here and go on up like I think it will, starting at 6:30. DB, thanks for the information. Appreciate your knowledge. Ah, you're very welcome. I appreciate that donation. DB comes over here and gets into the tank again. Pardon me. There you go. Okay. Thank you very, very much. You are now in the tank as a donator. And we'll be recognized tomorrow through at least the middle of the day. Till we get other ones hopefully coming into the tank to get their names added to that list. And folks, I just want to say to you all how much I appreciate the length of time you spend on my channel today. And those of you that came back after I pulled the plug on myself by mistake. Look at this stock price, folks. 861, now 862 in after hours, and rising and rising and rising. And I expect it to keep rising all through the afternoon, all the way up until the closing hour. I could be wrong, of course, as always, but I do not think so. I think that it will continue to rise, and we're going to see it possibly back up to that 865 number where it was right here when they sold a bunch of shares and someone came in and said, thank you for that price at 857. I'll buy 13 million shares. 13 million shares purchased at that time at the low of the day. And don't be surprised to see that change this institutional ownership tomorrow, I would guess. Now, we might not see that it's another institution. We just might see an increase over here in institutional shares that will put us over the 39.81. Okay? That's what I'm calling for. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Come over here to institutions, and we're going to make sure and write down the number there. The last time I wrote that number down, percentage, was 39.07. And now it is at 39.81. You see what I mean? And tomorrow, I hope to see it over 40%. And 3 months from now, I want to see it over 50%, and believe it will be. And I don't know that it'll be more institutions, new ones coming in. We've got a lot of institutions here, but these rather averaging their costs down each time a day like today occurs. And to me, if you ask me, you're fine at am I in Catfish? DB, did you have more beers than me? DB, you're fine. Am I in Catfish? I don't know. You're in the tank, that's for sure. You're in the tank. You're in the tank with all the people to let them know when I go take a little break. It shows right over here. It says King Cats. It ain't easy. John Jewett and DB say Catfish will be back in 5 minutes. That's what that does right there. It lets everybody know why I'm gone and what's happening. And you're there in the middle of it, in the middle of the tank. Thank you. There you are. And I am sitting here watching Sofi continue to rise in the after hours, expecting to see an increase in its rise this afternoon. I still believe it could continue to climb. And one thing's for sure, folks, I was very happy to see this volume level jump up from 26 million shares to 34,679, knowing that the shorts have to borrow these shares to drive the price down. And when they got it down there to that price, somebody came in and took up 9-something million of their shares. I bet they weren't expecting that. They probably thought, well, we'll get to return these this evening like we always do. And someone come in and say, oh, I'm going to take 9 million shares of it. What? Oh, yeah. 9 million plus were bought at 10 minutes till when they tried to manipulate the price down to 857. 9 million shares plucked off the SoFi share tree. Go over here to statistics just in case you're interested. Don't show you this very often, but one thing that you can see right now is that the 50-day moving average, people, is at 846, okay? That's the 50-day, all right? And just so you remember where we are now, we're at 862 in after hours. So, folks, we're looking good. This is very good when you have a price that looks like that over that 50-day, okay? 200 moving day average is at 817, and look where we are. 200-day moving average at 817, and we're well above that, folks. You can see right here, this is very nice. Shares outstanding 976,074,000. Well, one thing you got to keep in mind here, folks, is institutional shares are holding this many, 388,887,469. Okay? So what I'm showing you here is out of that 976 million shares outstanding, that right now, that's how many are being held by institutions. And today, another one bought 9-something million, I do believe. I definitely believe that this buy right here this afternoon at 4:52 p.m. or whatever, this buy when it came in was a massive buy. Man, that was big. Get back over here. I'll show it to you on here, man. It's just a huge buy there, right there at 350. Dang, that's a big old candlestick there. It mixes in here and you don't really see it very good. You don't see it. I got to back this out again, dadgummit. It doesn't want to show it. It doesn't want me to show it to you. See how it mixes in there and you can hardly see it? 13.9 million shares, folks, at 3:50 p.m. 13.9 million shares. That's a massive buy. It's a massive buy on SoFi. No wonder the price, like I said, is going up in after hours. Jeez. Everyone can see that. There it is on the chart right there, on this 1-day chart. There it is right there. Smoking, man. That's hot. Seeing that thing hit that many shares. 13.9 million. Folks, I'm going to write that down for tomorrow's biggest story. 13.9 million at 3:50 p.m. Yep. I think people will want to know that tomorrow. I think I would like to know that. I'm glad I do know it. I'm glad I'm here and I was watching it and I saw it. I'm glad I pointed it out to all of you folks that are here with me right now. That's a massive buy-in. As the price goes now to 862. There's no wall at 861, folks. I can assure you that. There's no wall there. 862 just came into view. There's no wall at 861. There's not going to be one here at 862 either. I doubt seriously. At 6:08 p.m. As I said, I expect to see it continue to rise. Held by institutions, 39.90% now it's showing. Shares short, 158,028,000. Nice. I wonder how many it'll be tomorrow. See here, shares short the prior month, 118 million. See how they're coming in? Short percent of float, 17.31. All of them, every one of them, paying interest. Balance sheet for SoFi. Oh, their total cash, 3.2 billion right now. Total cash per share of 327 per share. This thing's a money-making machine, I'm telling you, SoFi is. Forget about that 859 of earlier. Those days and times are gone now. That's changed now, folks. The screen says, well, then look at this at 609. as they try to hold it back now at 6:10 p.m. They got called in from their desks at home and said, "Get back to the office. We need your help in after hours. Please, please, please come back in and help us start dumping some more of our shares. Let's try to get a handle on this thing." Thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate each and every one of your likes today. I appreciate your donations, those that helped out this cause to keep the commercials commercial free. I did see it was tried to come on without monetizing, and the dang thing just wouldn't let me do it. So I've been trying to see the commercials about to come on and delete them off before they get on here. Because of your contributions, I don't want commercials. But once they cut me off, even though I come back on and I click no monetization, they throw it on there again because they want to show their dang commercials on my channel. Guess I'm just getting so many damn viewers now. They just want to make sure all their commercials get to all my viewers. Sofi 860 in after hours, still holding nicely. We're going to see it go back up to 865 by the close. I hope to see that. I really would love to see that, folks. I really would. But I want you to remember, folks, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game now. That's all I'm going to tell you. All right, hey folks, I could sit here. I would like to stay. Oh, thank you very much, DB. Again, I appreciate it, and all those others that gave today to the cause. I tried to get your name on here. I want to thank you for being here. I looked at a lot of stocks today. We saw a clean CLSK, and we got some of that when it was down at its low today. We bought some of this when it was down at its low today, right here in the middle of the day. Very good. We bought some of this today at the daggum low today, 441. And we're trying to we keep your eye on this GCT going up every single effing day. Then we got new NU looking great, still very strong, no problems there. Genie green again today, no trouble. True Leaf did have a pullback. That's the one on our list today that we had red, and CRSP was a little bit red. But folks, we've seen very, very little loss compared to the gains we've had lately, and we cannot complain about this daily manipulation of SoFi if we take advantage of it every damn day. All right, we can't complain about it. We cannot. And BSKY, look at that, another 2% gain in the after hours. Nice. That's a good day for our BKSY. Going on over here, watching Hurricane Lopez's pick today, went up 61%. I don't know if he still had any of that or not. I have to watch the show this after. Oh my gosh, it's up another 11.89% in after hours. Holy smokes. Wow, what a mover. Big call there. BBAI. Man, did that thing pull back off that high. That's why I told you downside risk is too high for it. When someone asked me about it this afternoon, I said downside risk is higher than the upside potential. That's what I said. I was right. Let's go see what happened now, though, in after hours. Who knows? Maybe I went up another 10% in after hours. No, up 4, but still. Called that one pretty much. Neo, someone asked me about this morning, what I thought about it, and I said I didn't think it was the time. And it wasn't. Down 8% today. Summary page. Did it get any lower than that and come back off the very bottom? Or did it just keep falling? It was lower, but man, oh man, I don't know, folks. I just don't like that right now. I don't like Neo. Have a gut feeling. I don't know what it is. I could be completely wrong. Going back over to Bitcoin, and now we see it is over 68,381, and it's reached a new record high for the last 24 hours. Congratulations, all BITF owners who bought in with me today. As you can see now, there's no reason that this should stop at 269.99 in after hours. I don't believe that will happen. There you go. It rises a little bit more, and I believe it will continue to rise this afternoon. And I think it could really get on a nice run if we see this Bitcoin continue on up. And it sure does look good. I told you about Bitcoin. I told you guys about Bitcoin a month and a half ago and where it's going and why you should be getting in on it. All about these other banks that still haven't got everything that's so complicated in place to start doing Bitcoin yet. They got the okay to do it, but they're not ready yet. And they're going to be day by day coming in, and we're going to see shutdowns of Bitcoin several times from getting overloaded from all these banks allowing their customers access to it. That's my call. It's going to have outages. It's going to get overrun with people wanting Bitcoin, and at the same time, the price is going to rise. You can see them now in the after hours. Much later here at 6:13, by the way, decided to make their counterattack. 6:13 p.m., just so you're aware of it. Coming out of nowhere at 6:13. Trying to hold it down, if you know what I mean. Got a lot of people that have buy orders in. I told them they might have fill in the after hours at 8:51. But I said I wasn't sure about that, and I wanted to go ahead and get some at 8:57, which I did. And I'm glad I did it. This is part of the reason I'm sitting right here right now, though, folks. If they run this thing down anymore, I'll just buy some more of it in after hours. I don't give a dang. I want it at the low of the day, dang it. Don't care what it is. Don't care when it is. And to see them try to manipulate, well, they did. They wasn't trying. They manipulated the whole market down at the very end of the day. Look at that manipulation. Why did it all fall into the? Why did it fall? All of it fall. What's the Yahoo Finance homepage saying? What's the collapse? What's going on? Why did it drop? Would they spin the wheels? Stocks retreat from records as Bitcoin roars towards new highs. Well, that's why. Uh, Love this headline by Yahoo. Nvidia could soon be dethroned as the S&P's top performer. Performer. Who Nvidia could soon be dethroned as S&P's top performer. 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 Boy, they're paying these people big money for that. Bunch of yahoos. Just a bunch of yahoos. I'm seeing this stock price down 4.56% today, but I'm worried for these shorters. I am. I'm concerned for them because this doesn't look good. You drive the price down here and you have somebody come in and buy 13.9 million shares at 8.59 a share. They bought so many dang shares that the price even dropped to 8.57 because they gobbled up every single share for sale. Boom, dropped it to 8.57. And they got them there too. When this order was filling here for 13.9 million shares, they didn't just get them there at 860, 859. They got them all the way down here at 857. And then the price came into it again, and it came to it again, and now in the after hours it comes to it again. But this is scary for them. DB, I was replying when you said thought you lost connection. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Okay. Gonna get over here to institutional ownership. I want to see this thing bounce past 8 right now. Wouldn't be surprised at all with that big buy-in that we saw. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this go over 40%. They're showing 39.81, but Yahoo shows it at 39.9%, just so you know. Bring it on, Shorty. You're losing this battle. And here is Catfish to show it to everybody. There's the chart for the 1 month that proves you're losing this battle. You're majorly losing this battle. When you got a price down here at 851, and I know how much you love it at 855, why didn't you shove it down to 855 today? I know how much that means to you, that number. I know it. I've seen it too many times, how you love to close or whatever, or stop a run at 855. I've seen you. I've seen you when it's running up, stop it at 855, and I've seen you when it's dropping, get it only to 855 so many times. So why today couldn't you get that number that you like so much? Why? And why was it 4 cents up in the green after hours, 1 minute after the after hours? And why are you trying so hard right now, so desperately clawing away at this in the after hours? Had to call your peeps back in to start throwing in sell orders again because you were getting slaughtered in the after hours with a 5 cent gain, 6 cent gain, 7 cent gain from the close. Never seen before. 865 in the after hours. I'd never seen that much of a rise after the close in just seconds and minutes after the closing. So you had to call your peeps back in, start having them dump a bunch more shares in, and just more money out of your. Sorry, you don't get to return all those shares you want to this evening, because a lot of them got bought at 350 this afternoon when someone stepped in and bought 13.9 million shares of Sofi stock. When you were trying to run it down, they swooped your shares away. They stashed them away into their long boxes with their 3 locks on them. Their 3 lock boxes. Yeah, that's right. Ships that traveled across the ocean had a 3 lock box that all the treasures were kept in. It took 3 people on the ship to open that box for the booty to be put in the box. The booty box. Looking at Shorty here in the after hours, spending their money, losing their money. And the way I prove it to you again is by looking, and I love to do this because I like to remind them too how deeply they're indebted. They're down here with shorted positions at 755. See that? Shorted at 787. They shorted it at 779 to bring it down to 764. And then when it came up, they said, let's short it at 772. And you did. And you made it fall back down to 770. Then it got up here and you said, let's short it right here at 797. And you did. And then the price dropped back down a little bit. And you said, let's short it here at 806. And you did. And the price dropped a little. And then it went up here to 820 and you shorted it and made it fall. And then you thought, let's short it at 836. And you're still holding all of these shorted positions because you made mistakes every time you did it. It was a mistake to do that because you were misconceived. You were misconstrued. You were misunderstanding and you miscalculated when you shorted the heck out of it right there at $8.52 that day on February the 21st. You made a mistake. And you made a big mistake shorting it here at 859 and that whole 2-3 days sideways while it built up pressure. You were shorting it there. You made a mistake there at 853. And all of those shares, every one of them that you're borrowing and holding, are costing you now. And the picture only looks good for us, the longs. This picture looks good for longs. It looks horrible for shorts. And this is the problem for them. This is the 6-day cycle. See, we're on the 6th day now. 6 days from that high right there of 915. 6 days exactly is where we are now. That's their cycle, folks. 6 days. Expect it. You see here on Monday, it was at 906, 9913. If you look beyond this to the 1 month, you can see right there's the date, February 27th, 915 a share. It's really 916, I think. But that was on the 27th. The 28th is 1 day. The 29th is 2 days. The first is 3 days. The second is 4 days. The third is 5 days. The fourth is 6 days. And so there you go. I even told that to our buddy the other day that sold some a little bit higher, and then came on and says, of course I sold it, and went right on up. But he's going to get a chance to get back at it right about there, the same spot. And that's not too bad. If you catch it on the run, catch it on the run, baby. That's the way we want it, baby. And I don't want you around. This is at the ground. And the shorts won't believe it, but they better leave it. 'Cause 10 and above soon be hanging around. Yeah, gonna be green in the after hours. You'll see all this 858 devoured, and then she's gonna run and she will not stop. Oh yeah, she's going on much higher, 'cause we got too many buyers, and 8 million more today can prove my point. That's right, 8 million more shares taken from the shorts today and went to the longs, hooray. 9,300,000 more. Doom, doo, doo, doom, doo. And they short with 18 million, and half of them got taken away. I'm happy to say that she's about to run, yeah. Oh, yeah, SoFi's going to run, folks. Watch this manipulation. It won't matter at all, my friends, 'cause one of these days we'll be back over 10. If you bought tonight, I think you did quite right. You'll see that tomorrow the run begins. We'll probably see 6 days where new highs are reached, yay. And then we'll see 6 days and it's at a new high, yeah. I'm going to keep singing it, but no, I'm not. Hey, thank you for being here with me. That's a good one to end it on. SoFi's on a run, baby. And I'm not saying maybe. And you all know what I'm saying's true. Oh, yeah. So watch it as it takes off. And we'll be watching Tiger playing golf in the SoFi Stadium very soon. Ah, yes, TGL Golf. It's on the run soon. I mean, it's begun its trip to the moon, and we can't hold it back. Oh yeah, short is gonna keep trying, but longs are gonna keep on buying, and you'll see there'll soon be a short attack. But we'll be the ones attacking the shorties, folks. All right, I'm done. I've had enough fun. I've had enough fun today. I appreciate you being here. Galileo expands collaboration with another bank core to offer payments via the clearinghouse. Another big deal for Galileo signing a contract with another revenue generating source. So thank you for being here, everybody. I've had a good time. Appreciate you being here. I am done singing SoFi on the Run. And I guess what we'll sing tomorrow is Ding Dong, the shorts went long. And especially with BITF, I do believe. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Good luck to you all, everybody. I hope you've placed your sell orders. BITF just hit that record high, and then did they ever try to attack it down? You can see that. But folks, it doesn't matter. This thing's on a run, and this is the resistance now. If it bounces off this number, it goes even higher after just breaking a new record, 68,000 today. Beautiful. Stick with me, people. Peace out. Have a good one. Oh, and by the way, it is only 6:30 right now. I told you the run might not begin until after 6:30 today. That's what I said. I called it earlier, and that's one of the reasons I was sticking around here was until 6:30 to see if a run starts. So it's 6:30 right now, and and the reason I say this is because I've noticed them start before at 6:30 coincidentally. So I just want to see if it happens to pop up back into the green here right now at 6:31, just for my own curiosity. That's why I've stayed here till this point in time, as a matter of fact. 8.57 a share in the after hour. Back to where they usually hold it at a penny below, but unmistakable that things were different and they had to work for it today to get it there because it was 6 cents over the close and 7 cents over the close. It was at 8.65 in the after hours. Again, a number that they attacked it down from here at the close today, 8.65. And there she's going green again. $8.65, folks. Look at the low today. 8.57 was the low, and we bought it there. Tried to get in after hours, but we got the low, baby, and this thing's going to go now. I do believe I'm watching these numbers right here, and I like seeing these things flash green. I'm not done yet. I told you I expected to see them started at 6:30, and I can already see their failed attempt to hold it a penny below, and I don't see a wall here. I don't believe it. And I saw a massive institutional buy at 350 today that really made me feel good. See, that was green right there. I'm watching this one right here. This is what I'm watching. Tells me what's happening with the price in after hours, if they're coming down on it or if it's going up. And folks, I just saw right here that flashed green. All right. And that's what I want to be watching. There it is again. It just flashed green once again. I'm watching this very close, folks, and I'm also watching this Bitcoin very close. I'm just hanging out, and my wife is gonna be out late tonight with the two daughters, and they're having dinner out, and so I'm just watching this Bitcoin too, folks. I want to see what they do to it after hitting that high. It just got to bounce really quickly off of that low right there, just immediately. And that was a low we saw before right over here. I've seen that relative low before right there. So it'd be nice to see it bounce off of here and go right on up. Be cool as heck. Be cool as heck to see that. Ah, yeah. Take it to the green, folks. There's no wall. Okay, there is no wall. There's no wall for this stop. This is going to stop this stock. And the one thing that I share with you guys that were here a little bit earlier that you need to take a look at is that this is very unusual to see this price that we saw run up to the tens and stay there for 3 days. Okay. That right there, December the 28th, 29th was when it all started changing. That's the biggest That's the biggest change I've ever seen based on the before 10s. Look at the 1016. It was there briefly. Look up here the last time it was in the 10s. See here, it's doing it in 3 and 4 day, 5 day cycles. This is the bad part for them. Back here, the other time, it was at 1023, 1 day. 1 day it was there. 1023, 1 day. Then you get up here, 1013, 1 day. And then all of a sudden, you got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in that range. That's scary for them. Gets back up here again. And what happens the next time? Is it 10? Is it 1 day? No, it is 1 day. But folks, after that, again, 1, 2, 3 days in the 10s. Again, comfortable, and a lot of people are accumulating in the 10s. Then they run it down all the way here, and then the next thing you know, it's approaching 10s again. This will be the third time, and it's probably going to happen on the earnings call day. I still think it's going to be green in after hours here, folks. Well, I'm watching it at 6:36 p.m. It's because I expect to see it go back green. I see them trying to keep dumping underneath it, but I see it keep popping too. And I saw that big old order that came in at 350 this afternoon of 13.9 million shares. What a joke. What a joke with BITF today, with Bitcoin up that much. 10x moving. GCT. Oh, man, it's unstoppable, folks. Well, I got a lot of pages open here and a lot of stocks we've got on our radar that we're watching here. Many, many, many. And our portfolio is looking good here, I believe, especially BKSY. Good addition on there. Man, that thing is just rising still in the after hours. Be careful. Don't touch that thing right there. Don't do it. I should just get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of it. It's not going to do anybody any good on this channel. Get back over to your Sofi and watch it go green. Watch it go green. 6:37 p.m. Let's start it right now. Let's get the run going. Let's get this green. Let's get it to finish up at 864, 866, 865. We've already seen it there in after hours at 865. Could easily go there again, and it's costing them money. I want to go over here. I'm going to see what they're doing in after hours volume. After hours volume, bookmark. Just curious to see where Sofi is here. In volume. 35,258,000 is where we are now. And we closed out at where? 34,006,000. So 600,000 shares traded in after hours. 600,000 they've used to get it back down to 857. There's a lot of shares being bought by people that like it here too. Apparently 600,000 of them that wanted it in the after hours. I just happen to think there's more that want it, and it's going to go up more. That's what I believe. I'm sure I'm glad to see 8 million more shares bought today as the price was attempted to be driven down, but went to a high that was 9 cents higher than yesterday's high, everybody. Keep that in mind too. High 9 cents higher than yesterday's high. Why would anybody want to buy it 9 cents higher than yesterday's high? Well, because they think it's worth more. I'm waiting here. 8:59. We're going to see it chime. Just a matter of time, folks. 8:59. We've already seen it at 865, and we know people are very happy to buy it for that number. We've already seen that in the after hours, and they were happy and content to come in and buy it at 861, 862, 863, 64, and 865. And by the way, I don't really give a dang if they do attempt in after hours. I've seen them pull this thing 9 cents down in after hours. It didn't matter the next day. Still was up at 913. You could sell it. So let's go see what happens to it tomorrow, folks. I am not going to sit here and watch them whittle it away, and I don't care even if they did, because I know that would be done under very, very small volume. I saw an 8 million share increase in volume today, so I know what's happening with the volume. All right, and I know what's going to happen with the price. All right, at least I believe I do. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So goodbye to after hours trades. I will leave all these other screens open, and I will not be surprised to see that remain red in the after hours, which they did on Friday. But I don't care, because I saw where it was this morning when I sold it, 913. So a good entry point today, where I bought it in the low today, was at 857. And I don't need to mess with buying it here right now. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go get myself another cold one, and I'm going to share it with my dog and give him something to eat, because it's close to 7. Everybody, you have a good one. It's been good being here. I appreciate your likes, all of you. And everybody who was here with me today, I'm very grateful. I just hit the edit button by mistake. Cancel. There we go. Gonna get in stream right now. And we're going to go to the full screen so we can say farewell to you all. All right. Well, let's hold on to this, baby, and be patient, because we got ourselves another earning report coming up that's going to be good, folks. It's going to be very good. All right. Trust me. They're going to perform. They always do, and they always will. I am out of here, and I'm going to now hit the end button, and you can all chat amongst yourselves. We'll type in here, see you later, everybody. And I know I'm on a delay here, so I'll give you a little bit of time to say farewell back to me if anybody is here that wants to say goodbye. Because I know how I am when I want to say goodbye to some people I'm watching, and then they don't give me enough time because of the delay. And so I go, oh, man, you didn't even give me enough time to say goodbye to you, man. So I'm going to say farewell to you, and I'm not faking this time. I know I've had my buddy come on here, Brew. You know who I'm talking about, Brewmaster, Brewcaster, the Brew Man. Brew Tank, outdoors. He's heard me say goodbye to people 20 times in a night. Just want to stay a second longer so that you can get a chance to say farewell if you want to. And then I'm out of here. Yep. We're gonna put a goodbye. We gotta put a little wave goodbye to everyone. There you go. That's me. I was out of here. Thanks again, everybody. Good seeing you again here today, and thank you for their likes today. I appreciate it. And now it is time to say farewell while we're at 596 views today. And the other 600 and something we had earlier today before I pulled my plug out of the wall. All right, everybody. Hey, have a good one. And again, I wish you all the success you can have in trading. I hope that you have a very happy evening and a safe evening, whatever you're doing. And I always hope that you have great health. And most of all, that you are surrounded with love. All right? That's it. I'm out of here, everybody. See you tomorrow morning, sometime before the bell, hopefully. Bye-bye.